Oh my goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for round number 2 of qualifying at the 2021 PWBA Lincoln Open, taking place at the great Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. My name is Aaron Smith, and we'll be joined by the Bowl TV crew in just a couple of moments. We had some scores out there after our first 6-game block earlier today on this 46-foot pattern. Pretty low on the volume. Got the fire oil from Kegel out there, kind of creating a little hecticness out there. We've seen some big scores, but we've seen some players struggle along the way as well. As we get ready for the second 6-game block, once again, we're going to have a cut tonight. So once we get down to games 5, game 6, which is 11 and 12 overall for the day, that's when it's going to get super interesting. We're going to start looking very closely at that cut number and seeing who's going to be up for some bonus bowling starting tomorrow, or unfortunately is going to have their tournament run come to an end and start looking ahead to Cleveland next week here on Bowl TV for the PWBA Tour. But with that, let's start bringing in the crew as well. We'll welcome in, first and foremost, from Inside Bowling, Mike Flanagan joining us. There's Michael. Hi, Mike.
Hi, Aaron. Currently right now, 6 players are averaging over 220. So the 660 number for 3 games, those will be the Bowl League. 660 is kind of the number right now. Shannon O'Keefe averaging 221.83. Kelly Kulik averaging 224.67. Clara Guerrero averaging 226.83. Julia Bond averaging 228.33. Liz Johnson 230.67. And Liz Culkin 231 average so far. So 6 players over 220. And the other important number right now is we do have a cut after this round. Top 32 come back tomorrow morning. 205.83 average, 35 over for 6 games. You times that by 2, the magic number should be around 70 after tonight's qualifying.
I like that. And what I like even more, bringing in Jason Thomas to the show. Let's welcome in JT. JT, what's up?
I don't have any statistics at all to share with you guys, but man, that 660 thing, that's a thing. That's you do that, you might make the show. 660 every 3 games. So anyway, it's something to watch for. 60. But it is pretty rare that the cut number doubles, but I do think it will tonight. I do think they're going to have a little bit better strategy this round. So you couple that in with the fact that there's the squeeze factor and that the number never usually doubles. I think we're going to get a number that doubles today.
With that, let's go to the lanes, folks. Mike, Jason, you got a particular pair here that we got on Bowl TV that you want to see? That has the intrigue, has the promise?
How about
a great start?
25 through 28. Let's watch Aaron McCarthy.
25 through 28.
And Sydney Brummett and Kayla Pashina and Maria Bolanova and Cassandra Luthold and Valerie Bercier, Jasmine Snell, and Daria Payok.
Excellent choice. Couldn't have done better myself. All right, folks, we're going to go full screen here, but myself, Mike, and JT will be around all 6 games here to keep you informed, potentially entertained as well, and we'll have some fun here on Bowl TV for the PWBA Lincoln Open.
Got 5 channels going for you today on PWBA 1, Lane State 13 through 16 on PWBA 2. We got 17 through 20, PWBA 3, 21 through 24, and we're watching on the Bowl TV main channel, PWBA number 4, lanes 25 through 28. Guys, I do have one little bit of tidbit information. I actually walked the lanes during practice, which a lot of times I'm not afforded the opportunity to do so because we're scrambling here, but because there's 3 of us, I was able to do so. And walking around, I talked to Cecil Scarborough, and he predicted I don't think he wanted this on air, but I'm going to do it anyway. He predicted that Kelly Kulik is going to go 200 over tonight if she has any carry whatsoever, and she will lead the tournament. That's what he said.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, of course, he had to throw in the if she has any carry whatsoever, right?
Oh, yeah, the loophole.
Yeah.
Yeah, the scapegoat. Yeah, of course. But he
Kelly
said she's going to run him over.
Kelly did have a couple hits that final game to get into 5th place. 289, spare next 10, and then 9 on the fill to get to plus 148 overall. Liz Culkin leading at plus 186, 2 pins ahead of Liz Johnson.
And I had to do a little check-in myself, so I don't look like a complete idiot here. On the practice session, I really talked up Jen Higgins missing the cut by just 2 pins last week, not cashing in the event. I'm friends with Dan and Jen. I have been for a long time. I went and checked in on her, and she's 21 under right now, so she's 56 pins out of the cash number, and we do believe it may double tonight. I appreciate you backing me up on that one, JT. So that means Jen Higgins is going to have to go about 90 over for 6 games. She's going to have to average about 215. So I did go down and just ask her how her block went a little bit, and I think she was too on top of the pattern and needed to move her feet a little bit left and keep her eyes in the same spot. She tried a couple different balls, and I went down and just kind of watched her bowl a little bit. And I saw her throw 4 in a row with I believe it was a track ball, a Strata, I believe was the name of the ball. Don't quote me on that one. But she's feeling really good going into this round. So I'm going to look for Jen Higgins to jump into the cut number here tonight. And I'm hoping that she does.
As mentioned, the cut number plus 35 at the moment. Cara Mangiola holding on to the final spot. Some pretty big names outside the top 32 with 6 to go, including Stephanie Johnson, who is just 2 pins back at plus 33. Sydney Brummett, who we're watching right now, plus 28. Jordan Richard, our defending champion here at Sun Valley Lanes from 2019, plus 19. Daria Payuk, we documented her 5th game quite thoroughly. That was a good time. She's absolutely even, 1,200 for 6, averaging 200 on the nose. 42 players averaging 200 or better. Missy Parkin in 46 at minus 26 after leading last week. And then Danielle McEwen, minus 46.
I actually talked to Daria about that game, and I told her exactly what went on and what we did. And she was laughing. You know, she was really happy about what we did. She appreciated all the fans in the chat. I told her after 3 games we set the over under at a 200 game, and she goes, "Oh, I was only going at a 160 pace." I'm like, "Yeah, well, half the chat still thought you were going to go over. You got a lot of fans." She said, "Tell my fans thank you for the support. I'm going to do my best here tonight."
Daria has already started off better than Game 5 when she started with back-to-back 7-10s. Early strike to get things underway. We'll see her up following Valerie on 27 in a moment for frame 2. Folks, if you're joining us here on Bull TV for the first time, we certainly appreciate it. If you're looking for more information and kind of some of all the notes that we use throughout the course of a broadcast, those are all at your fingertips here on bulltv.com as well as pwba.com. The home website of the PWBA. But if you can see the chat, and we already have some folks saying hello. So, hey, Jeffrey, Paula, Gabrielle, Chrissy, TJC, Joe, Rebecca, Eric, Deborah, hello. Welcome. Thanks for joining us here. Right above the chat, you see 3 tabs. We have our Contact Us form to the far right. And then right in the middle, we have essentially our main tournament information page available right there. That's actually part of pwba.com. So that's on the website as well. You got the schedule, you got the roster, pairings, oil patterns, scores, live scoring, also an option this week. So you can follow your favorite athletes across this 32-lane center. Also got to say hi to Larry. We got Ben, we got Jay, we got James, Barbara, Ruth, Kenneth.
I heard you guys talking about, I just came back for a second. I swapped out the game graphics really quick, but I heard you guys just talking about contact us form at Bowl TV. Were you guys talking about the Roger Nordic autograph again?
We were not. That's just in case you need it. But I believe I did see Rebecca in the chat, so we're still waiting on her to send that in potentially.
I only say that because Matt's standing right next to me again, and for whatever reason, McNeil got the biggest kick out of me talking about the Roger Nordic autograph. But I'm only executing an order that was set at Brew Brothers in Reno in a confidential meeting. That make sure that gets out. And by the way, Roger Nordic's points on Bowl TV, a little point total up there. He has the record right now. He's like Big Brother. He's the Bowl TV police. I know he's tuned in right now, and he's watching with Mariana and the dogs probably at home. He's probably got 7 or 6 monitors up, and 6 of them or 5 of them have spreadsheets with multiple tabs open, and he's running the numbers in some sort of matrix. So Raj Mahal, Roger Nordic, we love you, buddy. Thanks for all you do for Bowl TV. He is the hidden soldier behind the scenes. If you've ever seen the movie Stripes, he is our big toe. He is our Sergeant Hulka.
Just an excellent movie. And agreed. Shout out to Roger. Definitely puts in the time, the effort to make all the stuff behind the scenes for Bowl TV come together.
Yeah, and you know what? Actually, I think you would probably be Psycho, wouldn't you, Aaron?
Wow. Nobody calls me Francis.
That's what I mean, buddy. That's what I mean. Yeah, I love that. Good job. We're here at Lucido's place, Sun Valley Lanes and Games. Just went over the renovation here on the last block. If you're just joining us, this place is beautiful. If you're in Lincoln, you should come by. The other thing I like about John is he had to make an announcement before this block just to let everybody know that the little bit of a hiccup that they had there with the arrows not switching was completely on him. And he said, hey, that's on me, ladies. That was on my side. Sorry about that. I want to apologize. And you love a person that owns it, right? And then he goes, oh, by the way, if you shoot 300, I'm going to give you $300. So he was doing that regardless if he made the mistake this morning or not. But just goes to show what a great guy he is, too. It's cool. It was cool. It was a cool announcement. Little does he know, I'm going to get the lane machine from Doug Dukes, and I'm going to put out the perfect pattern for me. I'm going to drill a ball up in his pro shop here, and I'm going to bowl all night and see how many 300s I can bowl. See if I can make some money myself. And we know JT's got quite a decorated career, so if he wants to join me, you're welcome on the idea. I'm making some money here tonight.
So he didn't specify to the tournament. It's any 300.
Yeah, basically. Yeah, that's what he said. As long as the PWBA banners are up over the lanes on the masking units, we're good. So, Aaron, I'd invite you, but we know you're just going to bowl 188 every game.
Wow. It's clean, though, right? I'll take clean 188, huh? I harp about the spares all the time on here, so if I'm not making them, what am I talking about, right?
That's right. Hey, JT, I'm looking at the scoreboards here on these pairs you picked, and what have we got, about 7 strikes total?
Yeah, not off to a quick start. And as you scan down, really not a lot of good looking scores at all.
No, that's what I'm seeing too.
So are you rethinking the 70 over thing real quick?
No, they're all going to grind out 2-0s this first game, and then it's off to the races. You know, this is the second time the pattern's been put down here. Actually, it's the third, isn't it? With the practice session. Don't forget we do have live scoring here as well this week. I'm going to take a peek. Abby Ragsdale has the first 4 on lanes 3 and 4. Clara Guerrero, 999 spare. Stephanie Zavala, 999 spare on 5 and 6. Jordan Richard, he's got 3 strikes through 4 frames. Looks like Verity Crawley, 280 max score through 5 frames. So maybe it's just this end. Estefania, 9 spare triple. Josie Barnes, front 4. Okay.
Wow, Daria throwing wood around. First double.
I think Daria very easily could go 100 over tonight with that kind of look. Ryan Martin says, great to see the trio back together this week. That's right. They are known as the trio. It's Verity Crawley, Diana Z, and Daria.
I believe you can follow their exploits on what the kids call the gram, the Instagram, the Trio Bowling. Of course, with that, PWBA. Be sure to give a follow, a like throughout the week as well. At PWBA Tour, pretty much across all platforms.
Yeah, Caitlin's doing that here, and she did a really cool thing today. She asked the fans, and you can still go over and comment, who are you rooting for today at the Lincoln Open? And then when people responded with who they were cheering for, she shared the answer with a video of that player striking. So you can check that out over on Instagram. I thought it was really a cool thing.
You're saying that's still up there on the Instagram right now?
Sure is, yep. Very creative posting today by Caitlin. And I saw a lot of the players sharing it, saying, thanks for voting for me, fans.
All right, just remember what they say about payback here, Mike, because folks watching on Bold TV right now, I want you to go to the Instagram at PWBA Tour page. You pull up the story, and in this question from the story, Mike Flanagan, put it in there, put the pressure on, let's make this happen tonight. Mike Flanagan throwing a strike at Sun Valley Lanes. Caitlin, I hope you're listening, and I hope you make this happen.
Just don't forget to put your finger in your ear.
If you have a 4-step approach, it's the pinky. The thumb on a.
You're
on a
5, right?
Yeah, so I put the thumb in. Right. Hello, Daria.
3 in a row, 4 out of 5.
Daria, 42nd position. As you mentioned, dead even. 35 over is the number right now. Daria bowls a big number here. She's going to jump in there. Elise Bolton going at a 290 max score through 6 frames. She's in 36th at plus 26. Plus 21. I apologize. Let's see. Looking at some other one. Ashley Galante, again, outside the top 32. Come on, Ashley. Choose another one I said is definitely going to cash this week. Missy Parkin in 46th. Pulled 150 the last game, guys. Danielle McEwen continuing to struggle. 46 under.
Yeah, it was interesting. I talked to a few players about the perspective of, the patterns looking to be somewhat similar to last week, and I got a lot of funny looks. And basically the consensus I got was, yeah, pretty much the break point's in the same place. You can't really throw it right a 7, but the way you get there is totally different this week. It felt like last week early, at least on Friday, you had to throw it right quick, whereas here you're playing a little bit more fallback or keeping the ball in front of you. Certainly, as the event went on last week, you needed to keep the ball in front of you a lot more. But it's kind of interesting because I like I said earlier today, I wasn't surprised. I wouldn't have been surprised if some of those players that didn't bowl well last week didn't bowl well this week, and that's kind of happening. But there are some players that bowled really well last week that aren't bowling well at all this week. I guess that's why we make them bowl.
Yep, 24 games in 2 days to get to the show.
So Daria with the spare. I'm going to jump over to our pair next door. We're going to watch our leader, Liz Culkin, a little bit. There's Liz. She is dicing them right now. I really love what she's doing, how she's playing the lanes right now.
Yeah, last week it was like every time you watched her bowl, JT, you were raving about her ball reaction. And she bowled well. I mean,
Yeah, she just barely made the cut. Got a check. But yeah, I was certainly surprised by some of the scores because I'd walk away after watching her ball reaction and assume she was 300 or 400 over, and then you go look at the standings and she was 50 or 60 over.
Now you just watch her bowl and she bowls good and she's leading the tournament.
Well, she had gotten to the point, I think, before COVID, where she was a top 5 player on tour or pushing that level. And she had become a lot more consistent week to week. And when she really had something she liked, she was a threat to win. But man, COVID, you just don't know what impact it has on people yet, because some players got to bowl a little more than others. Some players have gotten to compete in tournaments. Some players haven't at all. But get a look at where she's playing here. This is the road map right here. Right over around about 12, out to about 7. 12 at the arrows, out to 7, and 10 back.
Yep, just off to the right side of your screen, too. If you happen to catch it there over on lane 25, Jasmine Snell picked up the 4-7-10. Slid it over there. But yeah, you're right, JT. She's playing them right. She's got a good ball reaction. Swings good. She's on her way getting herself back up there into that ideal, top 5 player on tour, as you mentioned.
And she in her interview after the block, she said, she's trying to get top 3. That's really her goal, which is probably her way of saying top 1.
Yeah, and trying to be a little modest about it at least.
Yes.
Gigi got her score last block all in pretty much one game. She bowled 269 game number 5. She sits at 80 over. She had a 173 game in there, but a 225 to make up for it. 3 2-0s to go with it. She's looking to build off last week's performance. Also a former Husker. Another player who finished out their block quite well to jump up into 23rd position, well into the cut number. Lindsay Boomershine bowled 233 and 225. Diana Z was off to a really good start on the block. She bowled 192 to start, but then bowled games at 214, 256, 226, 222, but finished with 155 her last game. I'm sure she'd like to have that one back. Sandra Gongora, another player, bowled 178 the last game, was 71 over. Talked to Stephanie Johnson on the break, asked her how she was doing. I didn't necessarily mean bowling-wise, just how are you doing? She goes, it could be a lot better, Mike. I said, oh, everything all right? She's like, oh, just bowling. Just bowling. Could be better. I said, well, you got the National Bowling Stadium coming up in a couple weeks. That'll be some money in your pocket.
Wow, it's the second iffy 10-pin attempt in a row for Liz Culkin.
Uncharacteristic. Down on 3 and 4, Abby Ragsdale, opportunity to bowl 247 going into the 10th frame. 5 and 6. Clara Guerrero opens up with 256. She was in 4th. Stephanie Zavala bowled 245.
Yeah, Abby Ragsdale was 99 over for the block, and she started with 143 the first game.
Oh, wow.
So that was a big comeback for her. And obviously trying something a little different here in game number 1.
Verity Crawley off to a good start here. Can still bowl 248. She's up on her second shot in the 10th frame with a triple working. Shannon O'Keefe's going to be in the 180s to start.
Yeah, she started with 180 this morning.
Told you guys I had a little pep talk with Jen Higgins. Make sure my prediction from yesterday is still possibly intact here after not a great morning. And she goes strike, spare, double, 9 spare, 9 spare, triple going into the 10th frame. So a nice game going for Jen. She can still get to 248. Estefania Cobo. She can bowl 246 still going into the 10th frame. And
She likes them on the fresh. She shot 270.
You're right. She did. Josie Barnes can bowl 239. Very respectable game going into the 10th frame. That's all down on 11 and 12. Dasha Kovalova continues to impress. Can open up with 236 here. She's your points leader on tour thus far. Already made 3 championship round appearances, looking to make it 4 for 5.
Yeah, she's starting to get awfully good.
Yeah, you talked about Liz Culkin, trying to get herself, back to being a top 5 player out here. I believe Dasha, you can say right now, is a top 5 player out here.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I was very interested when we talked last week after her win in just how obsessed she is about improving. I didn't realize that about her. Because you talk to Dasha and she's Dasha. She's different. She gives you different answers to things. And so I think a lot of people, when they hear her talk, they assume, well, she's just kind of an artsy person. She's not all that driven. She's just kind of different, marches to the beat of her own drum. But after talking to her last week, it's very clear that she wants to be the best. She's not just out here to have a good time. She's out here to win and to be the best.
There's somebody on the men's tour that kind of gets mistaken for that as well. Different personality, of course, but Kyle Troop.
Yeah.
Amanda Vermelia here has an opportunity to get herself close back to that even number. She started at minus 54. Well, 245 to begin with. That would be a great start for her. And Jim Callahan was actually standing right by us here because that pair's right by us. And he looked over at me, and there was a shot that she didn't carry on. He was kind of running it out himself. You know how sometimes the ball reps, they'll run it out in the back a little bit. And he was running it out for her. And he said, man, I just want her to bowl good. I'm rooting for her. I want her to bowl good. She's got an amazing story.
Yeah, it was cool to see her bowl well last week.
Yep, finished 12th.
Liz Culkin catches a double here. She can shoot 220. Nice start here for Amanda, regardless of what she gets here on the fill ball. She'll be in the 240s, 242.
Beautiful start.
I'll tell you, Liz Culkin has a lot of room to miss. Those 2 10 pins she left, she missed right, and the ball made it back. And, it obviously burned a little too much energy to carry, but she's got some room. And that's the first thing you need if you want to win out here.
So Estefania down on 11 and 12, finished with 246. Jen Higgins, a nice start, 237. Julia Bond had 213. And Josie Barnes opened up with 229. So 4 really good scores on that pair, 11 and 12. And I believe the skip is, let's see here, let me look at the skip. Skip 1 pair. So if you start on 11 and 12, you go to 15 and 16 to start this round. Then your journey would have you skip 2 and go to 21 and 22. You skip 1. Then you just move 1 pair over. And then skip 2. Skip procedure here. So we get ready to go into game number 2 here.
Hey, Michael, I had something I wanted to add to the show between games here.
Oh, okay.
We talked about John Lucido giving away $300 for a 300 game.
Yep.
And we mentioned it. We talked a little bit about it earlier, that in 2019 at this event, Valerie Bercier shot 299, and everyone thought it was 300. The 10 pin moved a couple spots over. So the next squad, this picture happened.
Oh, wow. That is awesome.
$2.99.50 for the $2.99.5 for Valerie Bercier, courtesy of John Lucido. And you can see it there in the four as close as you can get. But he already had the checks made up and ready to go. That's the best part. So
that is awesome.
Branded Sun Valley lanes.
I always wanted to take one of those into the bank. Go to Home Depot or U-Haul or something and rent a truck. Put your check in the back of it. Head on down to the bank. Get a few friends to help you in the door with it. Call the bank. You guys got double doors there? Yeah. Why? Oh, I gotta come in and make a deposit. Oh man, there's somebody coming in with a lot of cash. No. I was closest to the hole in the hole-in-one tournament.
Yes, which line is for the big checks only, please?
Right. Go into a Walmart and say, "Do you guys cash checks?" "Oh, yes, sir." "Any kind?" "Yes, any kind." "Okay, we'll see you in a minute." That's great. I mean, he didn't have to do that. He didn't have to give away $299.50. Look at that conversion.
Casey Eden, nicely done. A few final shots wrapping up game 1 here. Block 2, 2021 PWBA Lincoln Open. Liz Johnson, second place after block number 1. Going to be at 204.
Yeah, she bailed out a game there, didn't she, Aaron? Woo! That was looking bad.
2 splits through 7, but nice little 4-bagger.
Did I jump the gun on the game of graphic here, guys?
On this one right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, just slightly. But
Gosh.
you're all right. I mean,
I hate when I do that. I guess it's better than not changing it until the third frame of the next game.
Yeah. Yep. By the way, if there's any programmers out there, that's like the big solvable puzzle that all us live streamers are looking for, that live stream on multiple pairs. How can you update the game of graphic when you're using a separate computer for every pair? So without spending more than a pack of gum. That's our budget. Don't email us over. Oh, well, here's what you do. You buy this $60,000 switching software piece of equipment. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for something, less than a pack of gum, or maybe a bloomin' onion. Less than a bloomin' onion.
I would certainly pay someone a lot of bloomin' onions to fix that problem, because we can bring commentators in from around the world. We can show multiple pairs of coverage. We can get live scoring to update. We've come up with Score Dash. We've got our first round of venture capital funding for that. But we can't figure out how to get the game of graphic to change automatically.
No. Liz Johnson just came by and said something to me, and I didn't catch it because I had both cans on. And when she comes back through, I'm going to figure out what it was. She said something about Friday night.
Oh, it is approaching Friday night.
I know. I think it was a really good nugget of information here, and I totally missed it.
Could be ready for game 2 here momentarily.
Did an interview with Liz Culkin at the end of the block. That'll be coming out on social media here in just a little bit. Got a new leader, Aaron Smith. Clara Guerrero.
How about that?
217 over. Liz Culkin's in second at 206 over. Here comes Liz. I got to see what she said. Liz, what'd you say to me about Friday night?
Conquering Friday night if it kills me.
Oh, watch this cord.
I'm sorry.
You're conquering Friday night if it kills you.
Nothing. Struggle on Friday night.
Well, you bailed out that game.
I know.
Let's start the game like you ended the game. Okay, let's go, Liz. Okay, that's what she said. And I was way out in the middle of the concourse here, and she kept wanting to walk to my right. And if so, she'd have taken down my wire here.
And we can't have that.
No, that wouldn't have been good. Back to the standings. Liz Johnson, who we just talked to, kind of, sort of, 188 over in third. Julia Bond, 183 over in fourth. Kelly Kulik in fifth, 153 over. Abby Ragsdale now, 135 over in sixth. Dasha Kovalova in seventh at 133 over. Estefania Kobo in eighth at plus 130. Josie Barnes and Shannon O'Keefe are now tied for ninth at 116 over. And then we'll mention Taylor Baltice, who's 115 over. It's kind of interesting. Erin McCarthy's 114 over. Then Shannon Plahowski's 113 over. So just one pin separate. Actually, 3 pins separate 6 positions. So now 32nd place. It was, 35 over, guys, coming into that? So it went to 40. Valerie Bercier.
It's jumping.
Went up 5 pins, right?
5 pins, yep.
Jen Higgins still not there, guys. But she's creeping. 231 to end the last block, 237 to start this block. So Clara had 256 the first game. Estefania had 246. Verity Crawley had 247. Maria Jose Rodriguez, who's kind of been lurking, she's in 20th position. She bowled 232. Elise Bolton had a nice game, 236. She's inside the cut number in 25th position. Sandra Gongora, not a very good start, 184. Oh, Stephanie Zavala, she bowled 245. So Stephanie and Jen Higgins were the two big scorers outside of the number. And Elise was in 37th and now has jumped into 25th with her 236. So she jumped into the number. 5 still to play. It's early though. You guys mind if we go over 21 through 24?
Not a problem. I'll get that for you, Michael.
Thanks, bud. 'Cause here she is, Elizabeth Johnson, who we just talked to up here. She said she's going to bowl good on this Friday night. She does not bowl well on Friday night. You see that little fist pump right there? That was to me. I was endorsed. That envelope was filled out to Mike Flanagan with the return address of Liz Johnson, and it was mailed my way. You know, when I did some work for Extra Frame, I got criticized often for talking about Pete Weber too much, because Pete Weber is my favorite bowler, and I think we might get a couple complaints coming in about Liz Johnson.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say that's not going to happen.
I hope not. I hope not. Because I don't want to have to purposely not talk about her. Last week we spent a lot of time talking about how a lot of the ladies during COVID and in the off season worked on their health and fitness plans and all that kind of stuff, and how there were a lot of ladies in great shape. And, you know, even JT was able to get involved with Valerie Bercier's program. JT did a great job. He's lost weight. It works, you know, if you work it, so to speak. And Liz Johnson looks great too, guys.
There will be no argument here for me.
What time is it on the East Coast?
It's 1 hour ahead of where you are currently.
Where I am in the Central Zone. So it's 6:52.
6:52, Friday night.
Means it's 5:52 where I am, which means it's 4:52 Mountain Zone. So people are getting off work in about 8 minutes if they're still even going into a work or however that works. And the West Coast has got an hour and 8 minutes. So I guess we got to say in an hour and 8 minutes, which will be, what, in game number 4, finishing up 4 maybe. If you guys are into drinking games, and I'm not saying you got to drink alcohol, anybody here, because I know that not everybody, is down with that. But whether if it's your favorite beverage, even if it's water shots, whatever it is, every time I say Liz Johnson, after 5 o'clock on the Pacific time zone, you got to take a drink of something. That's going to be the game tonight, everybody. But not yet. Oh!
Mike, I don't think I can top that. However, whether you're looking to purchase your first new ball or you're a veteran of the sport, Turbo has functional and trendy accessories for bowlers of all ages and skill levels. From their patented quad 4-in-1 inserts to switch grips, their interchangeable thumb inserts, or any of their premier accessories, they are committed to providing bowlers with only the highest quality products and latest technologies.
Yeah, hey, shout out to Lori Mraz and the whole team up there at Turbo. The job they do with that Collegiate Expo. All the folks that work for Turbo, they've done a great job for many years. I think one of their key employee hirings was Chris Sand. He's done a tremendous job since he's gone to work for them. Turbo, one of the great companies in bowling. For those of you that support Turbo or are watching tonight from Turbo, thank you for all you do for bowling. And thanks for all you do for the PWBA. And I think aren't they driven to bowl?
Hashtag driven to bowl.
Yes, they are. I like the tagline.
TurboGrips.com.
Yeah, I love the taglines of the companies. What do we got in here? All right, I'll take another one of these. No. I'm going to switch it up with the milk chocolate here. Thank you. You may have seen John walking around the bowlers area a little bit. He's handing out candy. And instead of just dropping things off, he must have heard me that I don't like peanut butter, so he's letting me pick. All right, well, I should have done this at the beginning of the game, but we got Liz Johnson here. And remember, it's not time yet on the West Coast. We got Liz Johnson, like I said, and she's got a double and a 9 spare. So we're going to set the over-under on this game for Liz Johnson at 236.5. Diana next door has got the first 3. She'll be up in just a moment. You know what I didn't even notice here, guys? But it looks like Liz Johnson's bowling ball matches her jersey.
I see some blue and some orange there, it looks like.
Yep, that's right. color coordinated. Oh, hold. Oh, look at her strutting it out, too. She didn't like it. She didn't like it. She's like, I got a little hold room there. She looked at the booth to look at me, but I wasn't looking at her.
Unfortunately, though, Mike, if she's wearing an orange jersey, she's probably not throwing the Marvel S.
No, she's not. She's not throwing the Marvel S. I mean, she wants to give everybody a chance. JT, I'm thinking a final match for this event. You're the president of the Rihanna Klimmer fan club. I'm the president of the Liz Johnson fan club. Maybe we'll have a little title matchup.
Looks like Mike has stepped away to potentially get some inside info here from Chuck Gardner from Brunswick. This is game 2 of 6, second qualifying round, so technically game 8 overall of the day for these competitors. After this 6-game block, 12 games total, the top 32 will advance to Saturday's competition here at the PWBA Lincoln Open in 2021, taking place at Sun Valley Lanes in Lincoln, Nebraska. Nice shot there from Elise Bolton in frame number 5 to set up Diana Z looking for an early 5-bagger. Diana currently at plus 77 after 7. Started this block with 212, but finished the last one with 155 after a pretty steady effort. It was actually north of plus 100, dropped all the way to plus 65. Five for 5. We're in business, folks. Joe Wood on 11 and 12 with an early 4-bagger. Amanda Vermilia, we mentioned, was in the 240s last game, trying to make a run at the cut. Spare 4-bagger to start on 27 and 28. The same can be said for Liz Culkin, who's sitting in second place. They're both on 27 and 28. So few players to keep an eye on here in game 2.
Liz Johnson looking for a double here on 21. Inside the target, big time. Wow, almost collapsed it all there. Just fortunate just to leave the 10. Just like to have that one back. Bowling fan says there needs to be fantasy PWBA bowling. Ken says, is it time for the drink yet? Zavi is feeling it. Yep, absolutely. Will, what's the question here? What's Will's question? Is there a reason the cameras can't have the lane numbers? Pretty frustrating. Okay. Aaron, maybe you can assist with this. We've got down below, it says PWBA 1, 2, 3, and 4. I don't know how much text you're allotted in that area. What's the story on the lane numbers down there?
Well, the main reason is so I don't have to make brand new ones every single week.
Okay.
But I'm curious if the question's on the scoreboard showing or if it's actually on the page itself. So that
I think he's talking about down below. And yeah, I mean that could be an extra step we could do. It's a good suggestion. What I would say though is they are always left to right, and we strategically place them that way. So, and we do typically mention it a couple of times. And if we haven't yet, Bowl TV 1 is 13 through 16. So then Bowl TV PWBA number 2 channel is 17 to 20. And then 21 to 24 is 3, and 25 through 28 is 4. It's not just a text data entry. It's creating a whole graphic for that. And at any given time, while we're at an event, especially when you sometimes we have to switch pairs or move cameras around and stuff like that, those would then change. So, like for instance, last week, one of the channels went from being 4 lanes down to 2. And then we would have had to create a different graphic to throw down there and update on the fly in a moment where there's a lot of crunch time going on here. So just from a production standpoint, it makes things a lot easier if we just have the PWBA, the 4 channels down there currently right now. But we'll put it in the suggestion box for sure because we do want to make your life easy. We don't want to frustrate anybody.
Chris had a question from earlier about, I believe, referring to the named oil patterns. So, Chris, I know you're in the chat. Are you talking about like if it's the shark pattern or if it's the cheetah pattern, kind of the PBA patterns like that? Is that what you're referring to? And if it is, unfortunately, I think that's a question for the PBA because we do not have name patterns here. Nick Hoagland is kind enough just to put out numbers and laugh and sit in the corner and watch. He sees if the players can figure out his diabolical schemes. A good question, though. I feel a center potentially in the and once again, this is just speaking from an unofficial standpoint. I feel they do potentially make tweaks to the pattern based off of house characteristics, but that could be totally incorrect. But I feel that's kind of more the avenue of that pattern, since typically for the USBC and PWBA patterns, not necessarily given a particular name similar to I guess the International Bowling Federation patterns, formerly the WTBA patterns, World Bowling Patterns, or PBA patterns. So that's my unofficial hot take on that.
Yeah, and you're right. Those patterns do change a little bit. You know, cheetah's normally a certain length. Viper, scorpion, chameleon, shark, all lengths as well.
We do have Mr. Nick Hoagland stopping by the chat, so appreciate it, Nick. The lane pattern guru out here helping develop the patterns, of course, of the official lane maintenance provider of the PWBA Tour. And USBC short and long duration events is Kegel. With products for bowling centers, coaches, and mechanics, Kegel is truly built for bowling. Visit kegel.net to learn more about all they do for our great sport. We got all the superstars in the chat right now. We got Nick. We got Bill Walters, who's out oiling at the lanes last week at the Minnesota stop. Bill, sorry I didn't get to see you. Hope all is well. Bowling fan. Bowl TV is on the big screen at my work. That's the type of energy we need at work. All screens at work all the time. Bowl TV. Taking a quick look at live scoring, looks like Sydney Brummett can get to 236, 238 out there for Jasmine Snell. Over on 3 and 4. Jordan Richard, who is outside the cut number After the first block, the defending champion here at the Lincoln Open, looking to get something going. 248 still out there with the 9th and 10th left to go. Joe Wood started with the front 6. Still gets 255, 9th and 10th left. Jill Creamer, 235 max score. Josie Barnes and or Julia Bond had the front 6 this game. It's tougher to tell when there's 2 JBs on the pair. But that's over on 15 and 16 on PWBA 1, so. It looks like that was Julia with the front 6. Spinning the top 5 pretty much all day today.
Oh, Liz threw that one beautiful. Oh, she even stayed down and threw it.
Checked where she slid at the end. What was the number again, Mike?
236.5. You have to work to get there.
Looking to overcome the Friday night blues. Suppose a Friday Night Lights reference would have been better, but
That's okay.
I wasn't sure how to work that in.
That's all right.
I've never actually seen the show.
Neither have I.
Diana stepping up, 7 of 8. Mentioned slowed down a little bit in game 6. Pretty strong throughout the course of the block, though, earlier today. And body language said May got away with that one a little bit, but looked pretty good from here. 279. Still out there for DZ.
Diana is using a Rubicon Pearl. I think it's like a DC2, I think it's called. Just wanted to find out what she was using. I know she likes to use a high roll pearl with surface, so a couple of pearl balls in her arsenal. And then Jim Callahan giving me a hard time, said, don't talk to my bowlers.
Gotta keep an eye on that, Jim Callahan.
Yep, you do.
Tenth frame underway now on 23 and 24. Sandra Gongora trying to bail out 190 here after 3 opens in the first 7 frames, 3 in a row. Was the runner-up at the 2019 event at Sun Valley Lanes. The player she defeated in the semifinal match, Liz Johnson.
I would say about 30% of the field, Aaron, in between shots are going back and sitting down and wearing their hoodies or their jackets on backwards to stay warm. Just looking around the center here.
Well, how are you feeling, though, Mike?
I'm good now, but when I first got back, I was a little chilly. But I've been trying to move around. So here's Liz, 236.5. She's got to have this one right here. Ooh, way left. Crosses over for a 6-pin. She'd like to have that one back. She's got a 9-pin no-tap 300 game going, though.
Now, Mike, she didn't get that Hall of Fame carry that you sometimes get on those hits, but you can have a Hall of Fame service by heading over to coolwick.com, checking out some of their great apparel. I'm sure potentially some of the players on staff with Coolwick trying to stay warm with some of their great options. So be sure to check them out. Proud sponsor of the PWBA Tour, Coolwick.
Yeah, a lot of Coolwick jerseys out here. Newer jersey company onto the scene, but really making a splash. They've got a lot of staffers make great clothing. All right, here is Diana. Hold. Oh, trips the 4. Working on 279. Hold 212 her first game.
Nice little plus 91 out there for 2. And puts her well on pace for that magic 660 number for 3. Should we just base everything for the rest of the we got Nick out there. Maybe he can to throw us some hints somehow. 660 for 3 if you just do that for the whole season. Over under how many shows you make. Can't get the 10-pin up. Are going to be in the 260s. Great game from Diana. That's going to move her north at plus 140. So based off of our conversations earlier, talking about the cut number, jumped 5 pins after that first game. What's your safe number out there for today? Ooh. Mike or JT?
I need a moment on that one. Not too long, just a moment.
I mean, the players aren't, they shouldn't be thinking about the cut. You should be thinking about a number that's, if you're saying safe number, it's safe, but also gives you the chance to make the top 12, right? So, it's probably somewhere in the 100 to 120 range, I would guess. It's getting some good numbers in the chat. Plus 80, plus 60. I wouldn't feel safe with plus 60.
I like how you're thinking about that, though, and that's a little different than I was thinking when I originally posed the question. But yeah, I mean, when you think about it, 24 games is a long time, but having to make up what you can in 6 games with that first block tomorrow morning, the round of 32, essentially. Yeah, that kind of changes the definition of it and changes the definition of the question too. So I think that's a nice point to make there, JT.
I think 80 over is your safe number. And I think 100 over is your number you got to get to have a sniff at the top 12 going into the 6 games tomorrow.
Rena Sabo finishes the game with the trip of the 7, 182. Diana Z, 268, now 145 over. Elise Bolton, 215. She's at plus 72. Sandra Gongora drops to plus 30.
Yeah, the word on the street is the players started further left with more surface. Trying to start a little bit further left where they had the look at the end of last block, and now they're not quite as easy.
Oh, Mike, Liz was 1-9 count away from making you look really good there.
Yeah, you know,
Get one of those out.
yeah, I know it.
236 number.
Yeah, 236.5. Yeah. Liz has got a little case of the tugs tonight. She's missed left a few times, and that's that grinding mentality that she has. Don't give the head pin away. If you're gonna miss left, pick your spare, move on, grind away 220s or so. So, yeah, I don't know why she's missing left occasionally, but she's doing it about once every 3 or 4 shots. Just that game, at least, just missing left.
Got Nick Hoagland chiming in the chat. Same thing happened last week. The race to get left doesn't always work.
Yeah, no, you guys are right about the solid 9s. Liz left a couple solid 9s.
Head over to 19 through 20 real quick. Dasha Kovalova wrapping things up. 216 for Danielle McCune, but she's still at minus 62 with just 4 games left to go. Dasha going to be under 200 this game.
What's up, Tony? What's up, John? What's up, Rick? How you guys doing?
Got a final shot from Kelsey Marsh. It's kind of across the house, it seems like. Time for game 3. Just like that. Mike, we got 4 pairs to choose from. Who are you interested in checking out this game?
Yeah, thank you. Give me just 1 second here. I'll be able to tell you that. I'll tell you where I want to go. Let's go with
16.
21 and 2 and 23 and 24.
Got Julia Bond, Josie Barnes, Jen Higgins.
Estefania, who's bowling really well.
She's at plus 99. Michelle Weber, Kelly Kulik, Shauna Strauss, Ashley Galante, Shannon Pluhowski is at plus 100, Kelly at plus 171, and Kara Mangiola at plus 74.
Yeah, so, Cecil Scarborough said to me that Kelly was going to bomb him here tonight. And Kelly bowled 201 her first game. Cecil's actually standing over my shoulder now, just to my right. Just got a standings update. Look at that, right on cue here. Julia Bond is your new tournament leader. And we're going to get a chance to watch her right here. She is 234 over. Liz Culkin in second, 226 over. Third, Clara Guerrero at plus 215. Liz Johnson in fourth at plus 204. Kelly Kulik fifth at plus 171. Abby Ragsdale is now sixth at plus 150. Diana Z plus 145 in seventh. Dasha now in eighth at plus 128. Shannon O'Keefe in ninth at plus 123. And Josie Barnes in 10th at plus 121. So we've got a few of your top 10 right here for us on lanes 21 through 24 as we head into game number 3. Your cut number now, Aaron. 32nd position, Sandra Gongora. It's plus 30.
So it dropped 10.
It did, and it's a tie. Maria Bulanova. Brianna Cote is just a pin behind. Cassandra Luthold's 2 pins behind. 9 pins behind is Kayla Crawford. 17 behind is Amanda Vermilia. Daria hanging out. Julia bowled 251 the last game to jump into the lead. Diana had that 268. Moving up here tonight up to 7th. Elise bowled 215, so she's 51 over tonight. Was on the outside looking in, bowling good. Jordan Richard with 237. She's in the number now.
If you're watching right now, be sure to pay attention to lane 21. Oh, baby,
are you kidding me?
Church!
Are you kidding me, JT? Jen Higgins delivering.
There's something you don't see every day.
No.
Those scores now available online as well. $41 players plus.
All right, here comes Ashley Galante. Can make a run here. She's minus 32. Starts with a double. Well, let's. If Kelly's going to shoot 200 over, it needs to get going. Plus 20 after 2. That looks really good. That looks really good. Maybe Cecil's right.
Maybe she's going to get in 2 games.
Well, she's been bowling a lot of big games these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, she has.
Is that a 298 last week, I think?
Yeah, and 279. She had a couple 140s in there, but still was able to overcome those and make the show.
If Shannon Plahowski can avoid 180 games, she's had 3 of them thus far, she can make the show. Through 2 games here tonight, 480 leads, which is Diana. And then Julia Bond has pulled 464. Maria Jose Rodriguez, 458. 451 for Elise Bolton. 443 for Jordan Richard. But making a move here tonight, up to 37th is Amanda Vermilia, 466 for her first 2 games. Pretty low scoring overall here through 2 games of the night block here on Friday.
Amanda had that late run in the final game as well to save 2-0. I think the last 5 or 6 to get there, and little added momentum. Games at 242 and 224.
It's very possible nobody's going to bowl 700 for the first 3 games.
Speaking of Amanda, currently on 7 and 8 this game. Looking to stay clean through 4, just 1 strike so far. Gigi Mason, early 4-bagger. Liz Culkin looking to match, all on 7 and 8. Early triple from Taylor Bailey at plus 54 inside the number. Danielle McEwen, 25 and 26, early 3-bagger. Needs to get something going here in these final 4, minus 62.
Don't worry about that. That's just me cleaning the lens. I saw a comment in the chat asking about the blurriness of a scoreboard camera. I thought I'd give her a cleaner right there.
Unheralded service on Bull TV.
I used to be a window washer.
Well, we've seen a Greek church conversion so far from Jen Higgins, now staring at the 710.
Yep. She's fighting it here. That was a really good shot. I think she made a ball change. She needs about an extra foot of hook based off the last shot she threw. And what I mean by that is the ball needs about an extra foot to have time to hook into the pocket. Just a little too late. Not enough entry angle.
Oh, trip 4 for Kara. 4 out of 5 for Ashley, needing a big game here. Just 3 to go after this before we make our first cut here at the PWBA Lincoln Open, folks. Cassandra Luthold, who started this game at plus 28, spare 5-bagger over on 11 and 12.
I got an update on guess who, Aaron?
Is it Liz Johnson?
Yep.
How about that?
Spare 4-bagger.
You got 16 minutes left, by the way, Mike.
Okay.
Kelly's string of strikes ends at 5. Almost a 7-10 there. T-Mac front 4 looking for 5 over on 25 and 26.
Yeah, this would be a big one here for Danielle if she could pop 250 or better here. Go over there and watch a shot real quick. Crossing about the center arrow.
All right. 5 for 5.
Oh, nice conversion, 2-4-10. Taylor Voltice. Haven't talked about it, but Liz is using that really cool spare ball, that striking against breast cancer clear ball, special edition, limited edition bowling ball. Liz is very, very close with Donna Connors and Carol Norman. Lucy Bonneau doubles, striking against breast cancer. PWBA and PBA coming together to award titles for the winners of that event later this summer.
Got a couple folks in the chat saying to keep an eye on Gigi this game.
Front 7 on lane 7 and 8. I'm staring at her right here. Right next door on lanes 9 and 10. Also, Sid Brummett, possible 280 through 6. What's the possibility of having all Nebraska alumni in the top 4 this week? What would those odds pay on a superfecta?
A superfecta. Is that a legitimate term, or did you just make that up?
No, there's some sort of horse racing bet that's like a superfecta or something. I think it's where you got to pick like the top 3 horses, like 3 or 4 races in a row. But I'm using it just for a top 4 horse race here of all Nebraska alums. So if we look at the standings here, number 1, Julia Bond. Is that a Nebraska alum? Yes, it is. Liz Culkin. Yes, it is. Clara Guerrero, Wheat Shocker. Liz Johnson, did she bowl collegiate?
Yes.
Morehead State. Same as Kelly
Killick.
Yeah, how about that? Well, Shannon Plahowski is the next Nebraska alum from what I can see here. She's in 14th.
Technically, Aaron McCarthy did bowl for Nebraska.
Okay.
We do know her more for Midland, but I believe she actually won a national title in 2009 with Nebraska, then transferred.
Okay. We can take that on a technicality. Gigi in 17.
Are we counting? Is that 5 right now?
That's 5, yep.
Okay.
So it's a pretty long shot. Elise Bolton. She's in 24th. Got a hot hand here tonight. Lindsay Boomershine in 26th.
I'm going to throw it out there real quick before. For some reason, I want to say Kayla Pacina went to Nebraska as well. I may be incorrect on that. I'm going to see if I can look that up real quick. But
Oh, Chad will tell us. That's
Chat,
what I do.
let us know.
I just tell the chat. I just say, hey, chat, need to know something, and they tell us. And then I don't fact check it. I just take whatever they say. It's gospel.
Nebraska, yep. A bachelor's in veterinary science and biochemistry.
I'm just going to throw this out there right now, JT. I'm going to put in a request. If it's an all Nebraska final, we're going to postpone the stepladder finals tomorrow night to Sunday night in the stadium. And JT, you and I will hand carry lane panels over there. And we'll let Chuck Gardner and the other tour reps out here set the pins as the pin boys. And we're gonna go have it right in the Cornhusker field, or I don't even know what they call it over there. But I'll get I didn't bring my drone with me, but I'll go purchase one and then return it after I'm done with it. And we'll get drone shots of the whole thing. And it's gonna be an epic stepladder finals. We'll be moving it to Sunday night. I'm sure nobody will mind. See if Doug Dukes will change his flight. We'll program the flex machines to automatically walk over there and put the condition down.
I say let's do it.
Yep, me too. I think we just signed off on this. It's been approved.
So you're saying we can have Bull TV on the Jumbotron there?
Sure, absolutely. But we'll make everybody come over here for the national anthem with the pin lights and everything, and then we'll walk over. It'll be like a march. In April, though. Or technically it'll be May, won't it?
Because it still technically is April somehow.
It is.
GGF for 9 in a row now, I believe.
Yep, 9 in a row. I guess I had to pull out the camera, huh?
Well, someone was calling out Mike in the chat for the over/under on 3.5 for the number of 300 games for the tournament. So
we're gonna get there tonight.
Yeah, we need to get started here.
She did connect. There we go. So Mike has stepped away from the Bull TV booth, and we'll attempt to get fancy once again to see if he can potentially go live on his phone. See if we can switch over for that excitement. Did have our first 300 game of the PWBA Tour season. Last week at Twin Cities, Jody Scherer connecting for all 12. We do have Mike ready to go when it's time. So we'll hop away from this station once he's positioned and ready to go. Let's get one more shot here from Angie, who's looking to keep it going, and that one's going to be a little bit light. No roll on the 3. Looks like Gigi's getting up to bowl, so bonus coverage here, folks. GG up on lane 8. 9 consecutive strikes to start this game. Sitting at plus 95 to start this game. 18th place overall. Got to make a big jump regardless. Can she add a couple more for us? 10th frame. First shot, let's get it. GG Mason coming back to Nebraska. NCAA champion back in 2015 for the Cornhuskers. 10 in a row here at the Lincoln Open. Bonus coverage coming to you live here on Bull TV. Our second big run of strikes here on the lower end of the 32-lane center. Karina Capron started with the front 9 back in game 1 earlier this morning. Can GG make it 11? Oh, let's go. Here we go, folks.
It's also for the John Lucido bonus, Aaron Smith.
I forgot about the John Lucido bonus. How could I forget about it? Little bonus check courtesy of Sun Valley Lanes up for grabs here. 300 big ones.
Chat asking if she's got 2 different colored shoes. She's got sparkly different colored shoes.
All right, here we go. For the first 300 game of the 2021 PWBA Lincoln Open from Sun Valley Lanes. Get it, Gigi. Come on. Let's go. Yeah. All right. That's what we like to see here, folks. Jasmine Gigi Mason, 300 live on Bull TV. And there's John. Awesome stuff. Mike, thank you. We're going to go back to the lanes here. See Julia as well. Teammates, along with Liz Culkin in that 2015 NCAA title. Jasmine Mason, 300 here. Lincoln Open live on BullTV.com. Awesome stuff there. Big thanks to Mike making it happen. We'll have that up on the PWBA social media channels as well. Another look at that 300. And everybody in the chat, I want you to say it now. If you called Mike a black cloud, you have to apologize. He brought that to us live here on Bull TV. Mike, excellent job there.
Yeah, how was the quality? Okay.
We got to see it.
Now you're 2.5 away from that number.
Yep.
It
Need
can be
another one here
done.
tonight. Yep.
We've got John hopping in the chat here. Cha-ching. I just wrote the check. Excellent. John, thank you for everything you do for bowling, sir.
Yeah, no, that's all right. I deserve the cloud there. All right, we got one on the board.
Plus 95 to 195, just like that. Should skyrocket Gigi into the top 10.
Yeah, and in our Nebraska all Nebraska final is looking better after that game. Still way too early to be talking about this, but
It's still there, Mike. It's there. I can see it.
I can too.
You got your top 2. You've got now Gigi. Aaron McCarthy's right there. And Plahowski's hovering around. She's 15th. She's made the show here in the past.
I think we had a few extra names to add into the top 32 at the moment from folks chiming in the chat. Valerie Bercier and Jasmine Snell also competed for Nebraska collegiately. So just in the top 32. And then, I see Cassandra Luthold just outside the top 32, Amanda Vermilia. Deandra Asbeatty.
We need to find some lane panels.
I say you should just start tonight after we finish up here. Right on the 50-yard line.
By the way, it is now officially after work throughout the entire country. So those of you that have a tasty beverage near you, we just saw Liz Johnson leave a 2-pin.
Appears you were a game late on that. She's going to shoot 236 with this particular conversion. There we go. Andrew Ramirez can still get to 269. Daniel McEwen had the one miscue in the 6th frame, can still bail out 246. Big opening strike in the 10th for her. I don't know if that one ends up being 220 after that start. We hear it so often from the top tier players, the professionals, when you have an opportunity to shoot 240, 250, 260, and you don't take advantage of it, those are the things that keep you up more at night than the 170s and the 180s. All right, going to be in the 240s now for DMAC.
$7.15 for Gigi to start tonight's block.
$246 gets her to minus 16.
Okay.
$247 for Angie. Go ahead, Mike.
We technically start a new game set here, right? So games 4, 5, 6, as far as from a sanctioning standpoint, would be right here. So if Danielle could bowl a triplicate 229, I think she makes the cut.
That'd be 687 pins, I believe.
Yeah. And that would put her where then?
Plus 71.
Yeah. So I think that would do it. So that's all Danielle needs, the triplicate 229. Easy to do. I think triplicates might be the hardest thing to do in bowling. Once you're over about 215 or so. Somebody in the chat's going to say, Mike, a triplicate is completely doable. And it's not hard to bowl 0-0-0. It's time consuming. But it's not hard to get a triplicate 0.
Time consuming.
Yeah, very time consuming to bowl a triplicate 0. Here's the question. This is one for the rules team. If the rules team is watching, if someone deliberately bowled a triplicate 0, would they still be awarded a patch? Because it sounds like there's another issue at stake with sandbagging, that the scores would probably be thrown out with intention. It's a good question for PB Atkinson. Is that his name?
That is the name.
Yeah, the 10-pin puzzler. I need to know if from that gentleman whether or not that would be even a possible patch you could collect. A triplicate 0.
Looks like nobody really enjoyed 21 and 22 that game as we catch the final shots of Josie. She's going to be high on the pair with potentially 202 if she can strike on her fill ball. Julia Bond, who entered this game with the lead, 181. 200 even for Josie. So Julia is still at plus 215. Josie gets to 121 over. Got the fill ball for Brianna Cote. She's at plus 44. All right, folks, as we get ready for the next game, just a reminder, take a look at the PWBA Tour schedule for the rest of the season. Last week we were in Twin Cities. This week, the Lincoln Open coming up next. The Greater Cleveland Open, May 6th through the 8th. Then we head off to Reno, Nevada, and the National Bowling Stadium for the USBC Queens, the first major of the year, May 12th through the 18th. Take a little bit of a breather before we head to New York for the BVL Open, May 27th through 29th. That's in Farmingdale. And then the Albany Open, June 3rd through the 5th. Greater Nashville Open, June 10th through the 12th. The Louisville Open, June 17th through the 19th. Then a little bit of a break for the competitors. Up to the Lucy, the Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles, July 29th through August 1st. And then we get into the excitement of a Classic Series event once again. We have the Summer Classic Series from August 3rd through the 10th, back here in Arlington, Texas at the International Trading and Research Center. Follow that up, head to Spokane, Washington for the Spokane Open, August 19th through the 21st. U.S. Women's Open, August 24th through the 31st of the final three events at the Fall Classic.
The score updates now from now until the end of the tournament. I look forward to them each and every time because we can start to try to determine some things here. I want to know how many people bowled 660 the first three games of tonight's block. I would be shocked if it was more than 4. And I believe Gigi was the only 700. I don't like over-unders that are flat numbers here, but I got to set the over-under on the top 4 amount of Nebraska alums at 2.
It's a healthy number. I like it.
Yeah, I like halves on those on a small number like that. That way you have to make a decision. You either win or lose. Could be a lot of ties on that one. Gentlemen, I've got the updated standings in my hand, and I'm ready to share them with you and everyone watching.
The floor
Liz
is yours.
Culkin is the leader. Liz Culkin. She is plus 271. Plus 240 is Liz Johnson. She's in second at plus 217 is Kelly Kulik. In third, Julia Bond is plus 215. In fifth is Clara Guerrero plus 207. Gigi moves up to sixth at plus 195. Diana Z is in seventh, 49 pins behind. A little bit of a gap there, plus 146. Shannon O'Keefe is just hanging out in eighth, plus 136. Dasha's in ninth, tied with Josie, both at 121 over. 32nd, Brianna Klimmer, plus 136. Not a good last game for Brianna Klimmer. Jordan Richard also at risk. She's in 31st at plus 38, I should say. I'm looking at scores the last game. Culkin had 245. Elizabeth had 236. Kulik had 246. Bond 181. Clara 192. Gigi had the 300 game. Stephanie Johnson, guys, 257 the last game. She's up to 12th. Tonight she bowled 213, 214, 257 to start.
She was out of the cut, first player out of the cut to start this block.
And then Kayla Pashina bowled 211, 234, 235 tonight. It's moved up to 16th. Cassie Luthold, that's another Nebraska alum, now in 22nd. Bowled 239 the last game. Sid Brummett, 248 the last game, is now in 27th. Ashley Galante with 234, guys. And Danielle with 246. Saw some of those scores right in front of us the last game. Cut number, as I said, is 36 now. 36 over. So that number at the top of the show, we were talking about 70, whatever. Looking like we were not so right there. But a lot can happen here. Lanes could open up and it could rain 250s. Very doubtful. So Culkin leads with a 31 pin lead over Liz Johnson. Kelly Kulik is 23 pins behind Liz Johnson. Julia Bond just 2 behind Kelly Kulik. 8 pins behind Julia Bond, Clara Guerrero. Kalkenbold 685 to start. Diana Z had 681. I think something we forget a lot too is a lot of folks that are watching this, I'm sure, go and participate at your state bowling tournaments or weekend sweepers, tournaments just in your local market where you're bowling on a softer condition. I mean, these ladies are bowling on, 3-1 basically this week. They're still very flat and they're very hard. And these are the best female players in the world. And when we keep talking about this 660, but when 660 in your weekend sweeper, you're probably not going to win a lot of brackets with 660. And here 660 is a huge number. So it does speak to the level of how difficult the lane patterns are here on the PWBA Tour week to week. Jordan Richards got a triple over on 19 and 20. She looks like she's in pretty good spirits for being two out of the cut. She's in the cut right now, but just 2 positions. I don't know if we talked about Rick Miller or not, but Rick Miller works here at the bowling center, and he's been here all day. Local legend, Rick Miller.
That number's only gone up 1 pin in 3 games. I'm not sure
know.
It's going to get to 70.
Yeah, it's not.
Mr. Flanagan. It could. There's still a lot of players that are hovering around the cut line. There's 40 players right now that are even or better. Giselle Pass is just under -3, and she started with the front 3 this game, and she's running them out. So, one big game here, and she's right back in it.
Yeah, we just saw Danielle with 246. I mean, she pull another one of those. Missy Parkin, another person out there kind of struggling here. 193, 198, 211 to start. She's in 46th.
Kelly Kulik with the front 5 once again.
Yeah, just going to switch over there. We'll take a look here. Shannon Plahowski with the front 4. Bowling with KK.
Plahowski with a blower 10 on the front 4.
Thanks, Thomas, by the way. We had our own Thomas take care of that. AG. Double spare. Double. Yeah, you know, JT, just when we talk about that number not going anywhere.
Yeah, now everyone has the front 5.
I know. Daria Payok has the first 3. It's early. Down on 15 and 16.
Well, your pep talks might be paying off with Jen Higgins. She's got the front 4.
Yeah, maybe she came through the middle of the house here and was just really struggling when she, you know, and we're seeing that for almost everybody. If they get it to the pocket, it's easier to get it to the pocket with a little more ball speed, which causes pin carry issues. So then they try to make an adjustment to create more angle into the pins, and then it's a big nasty split if they miss just a little bit and then they feel handcuffed. So do you consistently hit the pocket and not carry? Or do you try to make the ball shape and then pay the ultimate penalty for a mistake? And then you got a few players out there that kind of have that natural mix of speed, rotation, and lane play, that it's just natural for them to do what the others are trying to do, as say their A2 game or their B game.
Well, I think it all depends on where you are in the standings, Michael. Right? If you're down below and you need 250s, you have to take some chances.
Yep.
If you've got some pins and you have a little cushion, you can afford to shoot 2 10s and 2 0s until you find something on a fill ball that maybe gives you the look you're looking for.
Kulik and Culkin both bowled 240s the last game.
Yeah, Cecil's looking like a very smart individual right now. saying he thought Kelly Kulik would shoot 200 over this block, and she's 69 over for the block with the front six this game.
Yep. That's why it's fun to talk about those little nuggets. You know, Cecil has followed Kelly's career for a long time. It's no secret that Kelly and Cecil are good friends, and that Cecil knows her game from following her over the years, working on her equipment. So, you know, when a guy is that in tune with a player and has seen so many times her compete out here on the tour, and he sees something like that,
Kelly
gotta report it.
7. Yeah.
I just had the president of the Rick Miller fan club send me a text message and really appreciated the shout out for Rick Miller. I'm going to leave that president of Rick Miller's fan club to be anonymous at this point in time, but I appreciate the text. I got to go check live scoring here a little bit throughout the house, see if we got any other big strings going here. So
Stephanie Johnson was making a big run. She's got the front 5 this game.
Dasha Kovalova has the front 5 down on 3 and 4. Yeah, we could hit the over in this game. If you're just joining us, I set the over-under at the beginning of the day of 300 games for the event at 3.5. We've got one, Gigi Mason, the last game.
And Gigi, someone asked about Gigi. How's she doing this game? She's got a good, nice game going. Spare, double. It's a possible 269.
Spare, double, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if you were playing Baccarat right now and it went player, banker, banker, player, banker, banker, player, everybody at the table would tell you to bet banker. So right now you would be betting on spare. But I think Gigi's gonna make it a triple.
Well, Kelly getting up here, going for the front 8. We get 300s 2 games in a row, Mike?
Yes, we can. We need it for this over.
Perfect shot there. Just perfect balance. Posted shot.
You know, this is only my second week out here, JT, but I feel like giving Kelly Kulik, one of the greatest of all time, a nickname. And I almost want to call her Big Game. Kelly Big Game Kulik, because we've seen that in such a small sample size here. She is bowling some big games.
She is. She had a 298 last week. A couple 270s.
289 earlier today. Spare in the first frame, though. Dasha now with the front 6, down on 3 and 4. Stephanie Johnson with the front 6, down on 9 and 10.
Wow. Business is picking up. And Kelly about to step up, going for the front 9. Yeah. Little Kelly chants going in the chat. Kelly, Kelly, Kelly. Geez, she is just acing every shot.
Yeah.
You know when the player posts the shot and the arm just swings back and forth after they throw it, that it's a good shot.
And Kelly, even though, you know, when she first came out bowling on tour, she was known as a power player then. But she always had that unique pin carry where it keeps the pins low, and sometimes you see the 5 just drive into the 7 or the 4 through pin action falling out late. And you're seeing that this year from her. It's very you can tell without even if all the bowlers were invisible and all you saw was the ball go down the lane and the ball hit the pins, you know which one's Kelly Kulik. The way the pins fall. I guess I'm going to head over there with a camera.
Okay. Good luck. We're all counting on you.
And don't call him Shirley.
Man, Aaron Smith. We had no 300 games just two games ago. Now all of a sudden we could have 2.
This is the type of energy I've been hoping for all day, Jason Thomas. We kind of thought this from the practice session. We saw players get into the pocket. We've talked about the high friction surface.
Rep 2327 writes, unplugs pin spotter. Just kidding. That's awesome.
But we kind of been leading up to this moment, it feels like. We saw a little bit slower out of the gates to start for this block, but it seems like everyone's kind of getting lined up here, making that last push. Just 2 games to go after this to determine our top 32. And in a moment, here on Bowl TV, the legendary Kelly Kulik is going to be stepping up with 9 consecutive strikes, folks. This is the thing you like to share on the social media. And be like, hey, this is cool. You should be doing cool things too. You folks are, because you're on Bowl TV, and we appreciate it. Kelly will be up here in 27 after Ashley Galante's 9th frame. She's looking for the double after the open in the 7th, and some potential trouble here. 4-7-10.
That's rough after missing an easy spare. You know, that was a split you could very easily break up. And now all of a sudden she was thinking maybe I shoot 270 this game, and she's probably gonna be lucky to shoot 2-0.
Can quickly lose it. The way bowling is scored. Quickly goes away from you. Dasha Kovalova, front 7.
Wow. Yeah, all of a sudden, Mike's numbers that we were making fun of, 3.5 perfect games for the week, might look really good.
Looks like Dasha with the only other string of strikes so far here. All the other runs have, I believe, have ended. Dasha way down on 3 and 4, but right now, all eyes on 27 and 28. Kelly Kulik fresh off a 3rd place finish at the PWBA Twin Cities Open last week. In 3rd place at the moment, plus 217, looking for 10 in a row to start game 4. That one looked left off her hand, and 4-7-10.
Guys, it might just be this camera. Because my cell phone had no problem live streaming the Bowl TV. It might be just this Sony camera I got here.
Just throw it in the trash.
Yeah, we're going to need to start a GoFundMe account here. Get me a new camera if that really is the problem. Guess I could return it.
Trash it.
Wouldn't be the first thing I threw away here of electronic equipment this weekend.
As they say in England, bin it.
Well, Mike, you have an opportunity at redemption. Dasha now with 8 in a row. Over on 3 and 4.
Yeah, well, that would be with the
cell phone coverage.
Yeah, that's the cell phone coverage.
Let's find out if the cell phone is the uncloud and the Sony is the cloud.
Yep, I need 2 300s today to be sitting nice going into tomorrow on this over-under bet of 3.5. All right, I'm going to get that all set up, guys.
Ashley Galante catches a nice double, so she'll be in the 2 teens. Two, 3 missing out of that rack. So there was a good question in the, I think it was in the rules seminar. I think, can't remember for sure, but it's a good question either way. So the question is for the chat, is the following leave considered a split? The 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Was that every pin except the head pin?
Correct. How would you spare that, Aaron?
I feel the best course of action to knock all those down in one shot would just to be to hit the reset button.
It's great.
It's probably not the correct way, but that would be the easiest way.
Well, that's what most people do in practice, right? They just re-rack every spare. A lot of no's. It's a good number of yeses as well. I would say mostly no's, though, so far.
Jeannie makes a good point. We could do a poll.
Has anybody ever seen anybody leave that? I once saw my little sister, our first year bowling league. I was 6 and she was 4. She left the 7, 8, 9, 10. That was fun. It's a good question. How you would leave it? I think the way you would leave it is you would be a tiny little kid throwing a 6-pound ball, and you'd throw it down the lane, and it would go 1 mile an hour, and it would hit the head pin and either stop, so the ball would be a dead ball, or it would bounce off the head pin and go into the gutter. But it probably wouldn't make it into the pit. That's how my sister left the back row. Her ball stayed on the deck, and they had to clear the ball. The sweep cleared the ball. Yeah, someone's saying they couldn't believe I remembered that. Yeah, I'll never forget that. I'll never forget my first 200 game, and I'll never forget AJ Chapman running through the 6-9 on his spare attempt.
Well, JT, the official tally from the poll, 34% say yes, 66% of the Bull TV viewers say no. What is the correct answer?
Man. Well, I'm going to have to I'm a little disappointed that people of this caliber of bowling knowledge got this one wrong. The answer is it is a split. And the reason it is a split is because the pins in the front are spread apart. So it's just like the 2-3. It would be the same as if you left the 2-3. So there you go.
Bonus convention coverage. There we go. Courtesy of PB Atkinson.
Hello, bowling fans.
All right, once again, we do have Dasha with the front 9, so Mike is down there, way down there on 3 and 4, looking for redemption in his own right. Kelly Kulik had the front 9 here on Bowl TV on 27-28. Dasha is the third bowler up. So it looks like Taylor Boltice up right now, so Field Dasha will be getting ready soon. So we will make the switch over. Looks like Mike's getting ready as well once Taylor finishes up her 10th frame. She's going to be in the 230s this game. She's north of plus 100. All right, let's head down there. 3 and 4. One and 2 not in play this week. So Mike is in prime position. Once again, bonus coverage. Yes, Dasha Kovalova, fresh off a win last week, her third career PWBA Tour title. Going to be looking for 10 consecutive strikes here in just a moment.
No, it's Mike. It's not the camera. It is Mike. It's definitely Mike.
Dasha was at plus 121, 604 for her first three here in round 2 of qualifying. Going to skyrocket to close to plus 200.
Couple nice runs there that game. Aaron, not able to close the deal, but a couple of big games.
Dasha's going to be in the 270s, though. We get the shout out there. We see you, Dasha. This for 278. There we go. 278 for Dasha. She'll get to plus 199 with 2 games left to go. How about that? Dasha Kovalova, everybody. There we go. We got the wave. We waited out the wave. We got it. And there she goes.
That's cool. And it was cool seeing Kelly give her a high five as well. From one almost 300 shooter to another. They were just commiserating over the fact that Mike Flanagan clouded both of them.
See, back in league, that's when I would walk over to someone and I would probably say something unmentionable because their front nine beat out my front nine for the high game pot.
That's always a tough one.
And back to our main pairs, 21 through 24. We'll take a look over here as they wrap up. Brianna Cote, chance to get to 208.
Will Levy asks a question in the chat if all of the rest of the events on tour are no match play. And the answer is no. The standard events, which are these types of events, are this format where it's all qualifying. The Classic Series events will have match play, just like we saw at the Kickoff Classic. And the U.S. Open will have the traditional format with match play. And then obviously the Queens is the double elimination bracket matches once they get through the 15 games of qualifying. So it's a little bit of a mix of different formats on tour this year.
Final shot here for Joe Wood coming up. With the spare conversion, she can get to 194. Looks like a few folks are already prepared for game number 5. That final shot here. Just a reminder, folks, be sure to visit www.apparelefx.com for custom uniforms for all sports. Once again, that is www.apparelefx.com for your custom uniforms for each and every sport. A proud sponsor of the PWBA Tour. So get ready here once again. JT was talking about the match play schedule and all those events coming up. Of course, be sure to visit and check out the schedule and so much more at PWBA.com for schedule, stats, player info, practice center info for members, benefits of joining. Heck, you can join today. Become a PWBA member. See the live stream schedule throughout the course of the year as well. Of course, results and more. PWBA.com. Your place to be for all things PWBA Tour. See, we got Jennifer Couples, Joe Wood, Verity Crawley, Kayla Bandy, and Shannon O'Keefe to our right. Kayla Crawford, Clara Guerrero, Stephanie Zavala, defending Lincoln Open champion Jordan Richard, and Tiffany Morris to our left. Question in the chat. Any giveaways tonight? Yeah, we got one coming up. We'll have one more giveaway this evening before we are all said and done here on Friday night.
Again, I'm personally looking forward to the standings again.
Gotta check my email really quick. Maybe. Oh! I got it. I got the email, Michael. Do you have your score dash already?
No. It's actually being walked over right now.
How about that? John Lucido hooking me up there. My man.
All right, Aaron, run them down.
All right. I'm feeling good about this. Leading after 10 games, Liz Culkin plus 314. That's right. She's averaging 231.4. Her games this block so far, 220, 220, 245, and 243. Moving into second place after that 265 performance, Kelly Kulik plus 282. Gigi Mason with the 300. She followed it up with 256. She's at 251 on the right side of plus. Liz Johnson in fourth plus 233. Julia Bond plus 228 in fifth. Clara Guerrero plus 214. Dasha Kovalova with that 278 now plus 199 in seventh. Diana Z plus 176. Stephanie Johnson, she's continued strong this block, 213, 214, 257, 255. She's at plus 172. And Shannon O'Keefe rounds out the top 10 at plus 162. In 32nd place, the number has dropped. Plus 27, Giselle Pass, 202.7 average. Jordan Richard, our defending champion, 1 pin out. And plus 26, Amanda Vermilia hanging around. Plus 17, just 10 back. Fania Kobo, plus 16. Ashley Galante, plus 15. Sydney Brummett, plus 14. Missy Parkin, plus 13. Caitlin Johnson, plus 10. Daria Payuk, plus 6. Sandra Gongora, minus 2. Jen Higgins, minus 3. Kayla Crawford, minus 7. Deandra, minus 10. Megan Carpenter, minus 12. Stephanie Zavala, minus 17. Jennifer Couples, minus 19. And then Danielle McCune at minus 23. So from 32 to 48 are all within 50 pins of the cut with 2 to go. Looking at... Oh,
I'm
go ahead, Mike.
going to throw it out there, guys, real quick. We're going to have a tie.
Okay, I'm going to change the subject. I don't want to think about that. But we are going to have some big news to announce here, right here on Bowl TV in the next couple of minutes. I think a lot of our folks in the chat will be excited to hear this news. So
let's go.
Yeah.
This is so great that I don't even know it, and I'm on the broadcast with you.
Yeah, no, you don't.
This is my type of energy, right?
Sort of know it. You sort of know it.
But we talked about Giselle at plus 27. There's a bit of space. Granted, still 2 games to go. Anything can happen. 31st place is Brianna Cote, plus 50. So 23 pins between 31st and 32nd. But then again, we have a lot of scores jumbled up right there as well. We got Elise Bolton at plus 52, Valerie Bercier plus 54, Brianna Klemmer plus 58, Maria Balanova plus 65, Lindsay Boomersheim plus 70. All kind of hanging around there. You know, you don't expect those players to give it back, but so many folks are so close. This is this will require the world's largest abacus. Those scores, excuse me, are available online now. We dropped that option to click across the screen. Of course, you can visit pwba.com as well. And if you're in the chat and you can see the chat, once again, a big thank you for everyone who has been participating. We always appreciate the feedback and the banter. If you're looking for a quick way to get to the stats and more, scores, roster, oil pattern pairings, above the chat, that middle icon will take you to a page on pwba.com. That is essentially where we're getting all of our information from outside the score dash, which is so nicely provided by our proprietor, John Lucido. So be sure to check that out as well and visit pwba.com. That's most of that information also accessible from the homepage. You can find a few different ways to get there.
Jeannie Franklin, who helped us out at convention by confirming the voting for the board and legislation, had a great comment in the chat. Said we need a ticker on the bottom. So guess what? We now have a ticker.
Taking a look across the house and live scoring, and still pretty early across the board here in Game 5. A couple of three-baggers out there, not much more.
So, Aaron Smith, you want to hear the big news?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, here we go. This is going to be big for the chat, I think. So next week we will be in Cleveland, the PWBA Greater Cleveland Open. Yorktown Lane's one of our favorite places to visit. And making his big return to Bowl TV will be Emil Williams Jr.
Let's go. EWJ.
Bang, as Emil would say. Just going to let that percolate in the chat for a moment.
JT, based off of this, I don't think we can come back after this.
Yeah, popular
We're permanently
news.
kicked off.
Yeah. Well, Emil's so cool. There's nobody cooler than Emil. Shannon O'Keefe putting up some X's on the board. Verity looking for her first double of the game. Some folks missed the news that we just dropped. Emil Williams will be back on Bowl TV next week for the PWBA Greater Cleveland Open.
Yeah, next week my role is the cord gatherer.
Well, I once was at an event and a very nice subscriber came up to me and introduced himself and paid me a nice compliment, said how much he enjoyed watching Bowl TV, and I said, "Oh, all I am is a glorified grip."
Yep.
Ken Hempel, thank you. Our excitement over Emil coming back does not diminish the good job you guys are doing. Thank you so much.
And I did see someone post or ask, who else was going to be there. Mike will be on site in Cleveland as well. JT and I will be in the greater Grand Rapids area for the Intercollegiate Team and Singles Championships as well going on next week. So a lot of excitement going to be taking place over the course of next weekend. But Friday, PWBA will be starting up, and we'll be getting down to our final teams at the ITC. So it's going to be a pretty good time for bowling fans out there. A lot of great competition. Got the best student athletes and collegiate teams in the country placing up for a national title, and the top players on the PWBA tour are going for the 6th tour title of the season.
Yeah, busy week next week. It's going to be exciting. And we will have Carolyn Doran-Ballard joining us for the Bowl TV finals tomorrow. And we could have Kelly Kulik if she stops making the stepladder as well. She was going to be joining Carolyn last week, and she decided she wanted to be bowling instead. But CDB definitely will be joining us, and she will be bowling in Cleveland. The folks asking in the chat.
Speaking of Kelly, another strong start to this game. Not quite front nine like we saw last time around, but on that same pair, 3 and 4. Shannon Pluhowski starting off with the front 6. Well within the cut number at the moment, plus 119. Five out of 6 strikes for Diana Z so far. I think I saw someone ask about Lindsay Boomershine. She's on lanes 11 and 12, so out of camera range at the moment. But she's off to a nice start looking at live scoring through 6 frames. A 3-bagger in there, a couple spares. Liz Culkin, our tournament leader, 13 and 14. Nothing too crazy out of the gates this game through 5. 1 open. Cassandra Luthold, 5 out of 8, or 5 out of 6, excuse me, on lane 7 and 18. See, Mike, I was looking at the 8, and if I wanted to say 6, so I can relate. Abby Ragsdale, 5 out of 6. Brianna Clemmer, nice start this game. She's got had a 5-bagger in there, a couple spares sandwiched around it at the moment. 269 still available.
Did you say anything about Pluhowski or no?
I did, yes. Front 6 last time I looked. Might be up to 7 by now.
6, yeah, it's 6.
The standing's so close, just so many players in the mix.
Yep, we will have a tie tonight, so stick around. We'll have a bonus game.
Lucky 13 is the call by Mike to get down to 32. Jordan Richard, one of those players fighting for a spot up on lane 22. Clean through 5.
Look, somebody left a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on 24.
Oh, wow. Look at that.
That tricky
That's
split.
glowing.
We said it would never happen, but just minutes later, look.
So work on that lane. We'll take a quick look at another. Getting a pin respot on 19. Take a look at live scoring. Shannon Pluhowski did not strike in frame number 7. Did strike in frame 8, though. 279 still out there for the University of Nebraska assistant coach. We've been talking about this potential for an all-Nebraska final. To have players with some sort of tie to the University of Nebraska had bowled for the Cornhuskers at one point, and right now I can count 11 players with 2 games left to go. 11 players who in the top 32 with ties to the University of Nebraska. Including 3 out of the top 5 at the moment with Liz Culkin, Gigi Mason, and Julia Bont. It's pretty nuts to think about how crazy strong some of these collegiate teams were. When you look at, we've obviously focused on Nebraska because we're in Lincoln, but, Wichita State for so many years and continues to be just one of those powerhouse schools. But, Culkin, Mason, and Bond, all in the top 3, were all part of the 2015 championship team. When we think about the 2016 ITC, we have Verity Crawley on that team, Daria Payuk, Taylor Boltice all in the field this week. The 2017 ITC and NCAA champion at McKendree, Brianna Clemmer, Taylor Bailey. Those were some crazy good collegiate teams.
Taylor Bailey's from Joliet, Illinois. Do you know who else is from Joliet, Illinois?
Joliet Jake from the
And
Blues
Elwood.
Brothers. And Elwood, yes.
Who?
Elwood Blues.
Elwood Blues? I don't know.
Jake and Elliott.
Can we talk about bowling?
Oh.
Sure.
Bowlers from Joliet, Illinois.
All right.
And
Well.
Taylor Bailey.
All right. Well.
I'll give you a hint. He bowled a very significant televised 300 game in the history of the PBA.
Bob Benoit.
It's a good guess. No, that's not the answer, though. I'll give you another hint that's related. The 300 game before Bob Benoit was bowled by who? Televised 300 game, I'm talking.
Pete
And that's
McCordick?
yeah, correct. But that's still not the answer to the question.
Okay.
So Pete McCordick bowled a very significant 300 game. There had been a very long drought between the previous 300 game on television and Pete McCordick's 300 on television. It was 14 years. Whose drought did Pete McCordick break? Who was the previous 300 to Pete McCordick? And that's the answer to your question. A few folks in the chat have it right.
So it's Stefanich then.
Yeah, Stefanich. Stefanich is from Joliet, Illinois.
I still think we were partially right, Mike. The Blues Brothers. Bonus points. That is some deep down trivia there, JT. That one,
There you go.
I did not. I was not prepared for that.
My grandfather was from Joliet, Illinois, and he used to always talk about Jim Stefanich. So that's how I remember it, because he used to bowl league with him. And I obviously knew who Jim Stefanich was from being a bowling nerd. So, yeah, there you go. Taylor Bailey's from the same hometown as Jim Stefanich. So
Took us a while to get there.
Will she bowl a televised 300 game? And I believe the bonus for the 300 game back then was $10,000, which is what Taylor Bailey would win if she were to bowl a 300 on the Bowl TV Stepladder Finals this week.
Courtesy of who?
Go Bowling.
All I know is we're on a mission from God.
Well, a couple important games here for some players. Verity Crawley fighting to make the cut. She's at plus 76. We're also watching Maria Jose Rodriguez, Valerie Bercier. Valerie is at plus 54. She's in 29th. Maria is a little safer at plus 114. But she's fighting to get closer to that top 12 number. And Taylor Bailey at plus 84. She's in 23rd. Brianna Clemmer fighting for her life here, plus 58. Trying to make it back-to-back cashes in her first two PWBA events as a member.
Quick note from live scoring, Elise Bolton still gets a 248 this game. She was a player who was kind of hovering right around that 29-30 spot. So again, she had a little bit of distance built into the cut, but plus 27 heading into this game. That'll push her close to 100 over.
I had a nice conversation with Taylor Bailey prior to the start of the round tonight, and we just talked about how she bowled last week, and I was asking her if how the lanes were playing compared to last week, and she just said, I was so nervous last week. And I said, who else was nervous? Shannon O'Keefe. And she said, yeah, that made me feel a little better. But I said, sometimes you just have to get mad to snap yourself out of being nervous. And she said, yeah, that was kind of what it was for me. I just got really mad at myself, and I shot 230 the next game. And I said, yeah, it's the PWBA, but it's still bowling. So whatever motivates you is still going to motivate you, even though it's the PWBA. And she said, yeah, but I was just afraid that if I did something, I'd get fined by Tennille.
We hear that so often.
I know. I said, hey, just tell Tennille that Jason said you could do it, and then she'll yell at me.
JT saving fines since 2015.
Yeah, she that wouldn't save her a fine, but it was fun to say. But it's pretty cool to listen to somebody who's won a national championship, and somebody of Taylor's caliber coming out and saying she's nervous to bowl these events, because these are big events. It's a big deal. You win a PWBA event, and it's something that's remembered forever. It lives on forever. It's something that people can't ever take away from you. As soon as we got done interviewing Dasha Kovalova last week after she won her third PWBA title, tears. So it means a lot to these players to take home a PWBA title. It means the world to them.
Clemmer's going to finish up with 247. She's going to get to plus 105 this game. Abby Ragsdale well on her way to back-to-back checks here. Maria's going to get north of plus 100 as well. 245 still out there.
Yeah, rep 2327 talking about Jim Stefanich, Steffi's 300 game. They had a breakdown on the TV pair, and so they actually had to bowl the match on the breakdown lane. And so they had to literally walk over after the ball came back and bring the ball from one lane to another. And the last shot was right through the nose, tripped 4, and Stefanich just falls down on his back like Mika when he missed that 10 pin to lose the U.S. Open. It was beautiful.
Elise Bolton, guys, another Nebraska alum, 242, I believe it was that game. She was in 30th position. Puts her at plus in the 90s, plus 90s, something.
And our player on the bubble right now, Giselle Paz, shot 201. So she'll be at plus 28. I saw Sandra Gongora was in the 220s that game. So that's going to get her to 21 over. She was 223. It was 248 there for Elise. Looks like.
What did Jen Higgins have that game? Is that
204. Yep. So she's at plus 1.
Just such a gap between 31st and 32nd with 2 to go here. We might even have a 3-way tie.
Stop. Would you stop? I'm gonna keep talking about Jim Stefanich if you don't stop talking about ties. Jim Stefanich was a really good golfer. He played on the PGA Senior Tour, and he was also a really good athlete in general. He was they used to have this TV show called The Battle of the Network Stars, and it was all athletes from different sports, and you'd have to play everybody else's sport. And he actually got on that show. Competed against athletes like Rafer Johnson and Bruce Jenner. Obviously, Bruce Jenner at the time was when he was Bruce Jenner.
The artist formerly known as.
Correct.
Caitlin Johnson at 203. She's going to be at plus 13. Valerie Bercier drops to plus 24 after shooting 170 that game.
Ouch. All right, let's get back in the game, Aaron Smith. No talking about ties. No talking about Jim Stefanich. It's all this last game. Although you're not the one that's been messing up the conversation. It's mostly Mike and I.
I was just sitting back and enjoying. For the folks at home, Mr. Flanagan went pretty hard with the Blues Brother comment there and was actually wearing sunglasses waiting for an opportunity.
Wanted to go Blues Brothers on us.
It's never a bad decision. I love Blues Brothers. It's a great movie.
It is.
Ashley Galante at minus 10.
I think I got correct. I got fact checked. There was a show called The Superstars, not the Battle of the Network Stars. So it was The Superstars that Jim Stefanich was on. Thank you, Richard. My memory's getting a little fuzzy in my old age. All right, no more Jim Stefanich talk.
Looks like Fania Kobo is going to be at minus 2. I felt she was higher up in the standings. That might not be correct. No, she was plus 16, so that is...
Yeah, I think she had a bad game 3.
Ooh, she has her
three bad games.
2, 3, 4, yep. She dropped quite a bit, 169, 168, 149. Said Galante minus 10. Tanya Ramanpour plus 74, probably ahead of it. Danielle McEwen minus 31. Gonna need a number. Amanda Vermilia with the spare here is going to be at plus 7. Sydney Brummett minus 22 is going to need a big game. Caitlin Johnson actually missed the final shot, so she's at plus 12. Taylor Bailey plus 69, ahead of the number at the moment. Jordan Richard is going to be at plus 23, our defending champion here. Had some late strikes that game. Giselle Paz plus 28. Missy Parkin has fought her way back. She is plus 23. Brianna Cote plus 44. Kobo, we mentioned her minus 2. I think we've Jen Higgins plus 1. All right, folks, just to prove we weren't kidding. There he is.
Yeah, all this talk about Joliet, Chicago, JT. I just have to say something on the air real quick while we got a break in the action. You see, there's 106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses.
Hit it.
That's right. You're welcome, Aaron.
Folks, that's the type of entertainment and we bring to you here on Bull TV in between game 11 and 12 of the day. But folks, you're here this week, of course. For those of you who have a monthly or annual subscription, we're excited to continue with the PWBA Tour and the ITC and the ISC coming up next week. If you're on an event ticket, you definitely want to check out it. Event tickets usually $8.95. For $1 more, get the monthly recurring $9.95. You get access to the whole website, folks. Not just the live events. That's what the event tickets offer. The whole website, the archived events, the backstage, the vault, the lab. So much content. It's a ridiculous amount of content available with a recurring monthly or annual subscription. The annual $79.95. So be sure to check those out once we conclude the event here.
Just had Score Dash delivered.
I had an email waiting as well. But I didn't check it, so I think I got it first.
Yeah, so go ahead, Aaron. I'm going to look over a few things while you're recapping here.
All right, new leader alert. Kelly Kulik moves into the top spot plus 318, averaging 228.91, 236 that last game. Kelly Kulik, your new leader, plus 318. Liz Culkin at plus 285 in second. Jasmine Mason, plus 264. Liz Johnson, fourth, plus 257. Clara Guerrero, plus 251. Julia Bond, plus 241. Diana Z, plus 206. Dasha Kovalova, plus 189. Abby Ragsdale in ninth, plus 173. I was looking at the number. It said 373, but it's 173. And then Shannon Pluhowski rounds out the top 10 at plus 166. But the number we are really interested in right now is 32nd. That belongs to Valerie Bercier. Plus 24 is the number. Missy Parkinen is one pin back, as is Jordan Richard. Continuing on down. 3 pins back, Sandra Gongora. Another 12 total back, Caitlin Johnson. 17 back, Amanda Vermilia. 23 back, Jen Higgins. 26 back, Fania Kobo. This is Ashley Galante minus 10. So Giselle Opas ahead. She was the number last time. She shot 201. She's at plus 28. She's in 31st. Ahead of her is Brianna Cote at plus 44. But then we got 2 at plus 23, Parkin and Jordan Richard. Gongora at plus 21. Caitlin Johnson plus 12. Vermilia plus 7. Higgins plus 1. Kobo minus 2. Galante minus 10. Deandra at minus 15. Brummett at minus 22. Jackie Evans minus 30. Danielle McCune minus 31.
I know you guys don't want me to talk about this, but I went and got the ruling. I'm sure you guys already knew this, but I just wanted to double check. And Tennille about told me we don't say that word around here. So if for some reason multiple players finish with the same number in the 32nd position, it is a 1-game bonus game, right? So then I said, well, what if 3 people do that? And she goes, they all just bowl on the same pair. I said, what if 4 people do that? She said, they all bowl on the same pair. I said, what if 5? She goes, they all bowl on the same pair. I said, what if there's 6? She goes, then we would add another pair. So I think there's a high probability tonight that this happens with what's going on. I can't tell you if I'm hoping for it to happen or not hoping for it to happen, but if it does happen, we're going to bring it to you right here on Bowl TV. Don't know the pair yet because it can't be on the same pair that somebody finished on. But there's a high probability tonight, in my opinion, of that happening.
Do you guys know Jim Stefanich won 14 PBA Tour titles in his career, including 2 majors?
Perfect break to the ice for the final game.
We're on a mission from God.
And it's still April.
It is. It is. Okay. All right. Well, guys, I'm going to try to contribute a little bit during this broadcast here during game number 6. I'm going to try to get some scores and report on some things going on. Is it safe to say Kelly Kulik's going to make this cut?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just checking on that one. We don't have to worry about checking on her scores. And I won't go through all of them here.
Still not known is whether she'll get to plus 200 for the block, which is what Cecil Scarborough said she would do.
True.
Just needs 230 for that.
Yep. Make a note when we when we have the bet app designed that Cecil can be on the short list of handicappers. Make a note of that. Six players are averaging over 220. Three of them are house bowlers here in Nebraska. Kidding, of course. Alums, I should say. Okay.
Guys, you know me. I like to write down scores. I'm a
Yep.
visual person. I like to write things down. I enjoy a notebook or a pad of paper, whatever it may be. A pen
Yep.
that writes smooth. I just wrote down 15 names and numbers. Is that excessive?
Did you type them up with your pen?
Yeah.
Oh, full circle. I did. I wrote them with my pen. It's from the Homewood Suites by Hilton. 2018 edition. Ken, good question. Have we had the giveaway yet? We have not. But let's do that right now, folks, before we get into the nitty-gritty of this final game. We've been having a little fun. We've been talking some bowling. It's been a good time. But let's get this giveaway out into the world. So how'd you guys do this last week? Was it the high block for round 2, or was it the overall tournament leader after 2 rounds? I feel this is what you guys did with the program book last week. I don't know which way it is though, so I want to be accurate. If you guys remember the call.
Who autographed the program book? Was that the question, Aaron?
Correct. Was it the round 2 leader?
Yeah.
So the overall leader after 2 rounds.
Correct. Yep.
Okay, so there we go. So potentially Kelly Kulik. Liz Culkin led the first round. So from earlier, I believe Larry won that. So, folks, that's what's coming up next, an opportunity to win a limited edition version of the 2021 PWBA program book, signed by the overall leader after 2 rounds. That's right. Mike's going to go up there afterwards, after we do the interview. He's going to put his sunglasses on. He's going to get that autograph for one lucky Bowl TV viewer. So, folks, you'll find it in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. We'll get it after Lindsay's shot here in frame number 3 and get it going. Please remember to take it out of the full screen mode if you're in that. Make sure you can see the chat and all that. Bottom left-hand corner, it'll have the countdown. A giveaway will begin soon. It'll count down for 60 seconds. Then the giveaway has begun. Find the submit entry button on the screen. Should be right there in the lower left-hand corner of the video. And you are in business for an opportunity to win. So we will wait for Lindsay Boomershine, lane 18, to throw her first shot. We're going to let it fly. Oh, 8-pin. Not the way we wanted to start the giveaway. But there it is, folks. Looks like Kyler won the signed 2021 PWBA program book. So congratulations, Kyler. Thank you for participating. Thanks to everybody for participating. And Kyler, be on the lookout for an email come early next week from our marketing department to make sure we can get that all hooked up for you. So thank you, everybody, for being part of the Bowl TV community.
Ashley Galante currently in 40th position. She is 34 pins outside of the cut number, has the first 4 down on lanes 9 and 10.
Wow. Just switched over here to watch Valerie Bercier, who was, I believe you guys said she was the number going into this game, correct?
That is correct, plus 24. 1 pin ahead of Parkin and Jordan Richard. 3 ahead of Gungora.
Danielle McEwen had an outside shot. She has yet to strike through 4 frames.
So taking a look, it's a bit of a mix between who's on the high end versus the low end. A very interesting pair is 5 and 6. Brianna Cote at plus 44 and Giselle Pass at plus 28, both in the number. Missy Parkin, one pin out, as we said, plus 23. Got Jen Higgins and Fania Kobo on 7 and 8, both outside the number, plus 1 and minus 2, respectively.
Yeah, Jen Higgins, triple 9 spare strike. Kobo 8 spare, double 9 spare.
And then business on our featured pairs, once again, PWBA, or I should say available on PWBA 1. We have Sandra Gongora at plus 21 on 15 and 16. Jackie Evans, who would also need a big game, on 13 and 14. On a PWBA 2, 17 through 20. We have Caitlin Johnson, Amanda Vermilia at plus 12 and plus 7, along with Deandra S. Beatty at minus 15. Currently available on the pair we're watching here at the moment, 21 through 24. We have Sydney Brummett at minus 22. And then, as JT mentioned, Valerie Bercier, plus 24. The current cut line. That's on PWBA 3. And then available on PWBA 4, 25 through 28. We have Jordan Richard right now on 27, 28, plus 23. Once again, there's a bit of a gap between, I want to say, Cote in 30th place is 20 ahead of the cut. And then it's another 25 pins to 29th place, Taylor Bailey, plus 69. Missy Parkin so far on 5 and 6. 3 9 spares and a strike. Cote an open in the first. Strike, spare, strike through 4. Giselle Paz started the game with a single pin miss. Strike, spare, open, spare in the 5th. Two of those players ahead of the number at the moment. As Mike said, Jen Higgins, 4 out of the first 5. Kobo, strong start. She still has a max of 269. 3 strikes in 5 frames.
You mentioned Taylor Bailey in there also, and she started with the front 5.
Kelly Kulik, 5 out of the first 6. Galante, the front 5. She's at minus 10. McCune, clean through 5, but a max now of just 243. I don't think that's going to be enough, so looks like Danielle will be on the outside looking in. Outside of a lot of help here from her fellow competitors. Gongora, an open in the 4th. She had 61, but a strike in the 5th.
Jordan Richard in 33rd, defending champion. Started with 4 consecutive spares, now a strike up in the 5th.
Deandra, an early double. Max score at 257 for her. She was at minus 15. Caitlin Johnson, clean through 5, but no doubles. She is at plus 12. Vermilia, an open in the 2nd. She's got a strike in the 5th, 68 total in the 4th. Oh, Kayla Pashina today. She quietly had a very nice day. She had that 1 run early on, but she's going to be looking at some bonus bowling here. Front 5 to start our final game. Bercier clean through 5. We're watching it right here. No doubles. Now up to 6 in a row for Taylor Bailey. Jordan Richard, as we mentioned, or as Mike mentioned, 4 consecutive spares, strike in the 5th.
Ashley Galante now with a 9 count in the 6th. I made mention during the practice session of a couple of players that did not cash last week that I expected to come back and bounce back and cash this week. They were Ashley Galante, Jen Higgins, both trying to put up big numbers here to make it in. They got to jump a lot of spots to get in, but the math is still possible. We also talked about Diana Z, did not cash last week. Didn't even get to practice. She's in 7th. She's well in. We also talked about Sandra Gongora. She's in 35th right now on the outside looking in.
Big double there for Valerie. Makes a little move on that lane after leaving the 245 and shakes them up. Quickly jump over to see if Taylor Bailey can continue her string. Breaks up the split, just leaves an easy spare. But she's going to be safe, guys.
Yep, got her circled, 29th position. I also believe Tanya is going to be safe, 28th position.
JT, you talked a little bit about the big moments in players' careers and winning a PWBA Tour title. And for Taylor Bailey, she's been on Junior Team USA. She's won national titles. She's gotten gold medals. But in hearing about the nerves that she had coming into last week's event, I'm sure this is going to be a little milestone, a little check off on her goal list of making that first PWBA Tour check, and especially coming up big in the final game, knowing you're kind of safe but hovering around it. Pretty excited to see that from her. I think she's going to be a fantastic player out here on tour for a long time, but potentially one of those little moments.
Yeah, it's always encouraging to see a player when they know they need a good game, the last game, they come out and throw the front 6. I mean, that's a great sign. You got to be able to shoot big games when you have to out here on tour. And by the way, I sat behind that pair a little earlier today, and Matt McNeil at that point in the day had said he'd been watching that pair all day, and there had only been 2 200 games bowled on it the whole day.
I think that's the one we caught a game or two ago, where I think Josie was the high game with 200 even.
Yeah,
and that was with Julia Bond, who was leading the tournament. So tough pair.
It's a tough pair, and Taylor Bailey needing a good game this last game. She's gone front 6 on it.
For 2 players in the number right now, Brianna Cote and Giselle Paz, nothing. The concern flag is raised for me, for both of them right now, with some players striking behind them. They might be in trouble here. Through 6. 1 strike for Giselle, 2 opens, 75 in the 5th with a spare in the 6th. For Brianna, 2 splits, 1 in the 5th frame. She had 77 in the 5th, looking at a spare in frame 6. Jen Higgins, 6 out of 7. Still has 279 out there. For Kobo, max score 238.
Oh, get out of there, 4-pin.
Big time triple.
My old coach used to say, that's why you bend your knee.
Huh.
If you bend your knee, you trip the 4. If you don't, you leave it.
Kelly Kulik update. Still can shoot 280.
Of course you can.
Cecil pick my lottery numbers next. Galante, a chance to get into the 250s. She did have an open, though. Gongora, after the open in frame number 4 on 15 and 16, delivered a double. She has a huge shot coming up here in the 7th on 15 and 16. Open in the 6th from Deandra. She can max out 222. She was minus 15. Probably not going to be enough here. Caitlin Johnson. Can still shoot 259. She's working on 3 in a row. Vermilia double in the 5th and 6th.
Missy Parkin still has 245 left.
Jordan Richard a double, but back to a spare. 233 her max.
They were tied, Missy and Jordan. 1 pin behind Valerie. Best Jen Higgins can bowl now is 257. I feel like I'm in calculus class right now.
Trying to figure out the volume under the curve.
Oh, man.
Mike, do you have your TI 73 handy?
I do. I do.
Slide rule.
Is it really fair math when they have to give you a machine to make sure you can do it?
No. An instrument from the great state of Texas.
Not gonna lie, I'd be killing for one right now. This is gonna be crazy. Bercier. Oh
boy.
Count and a split. 8th frame.
I've watched her make this twice already today, and this would be an awfully good time to make it again.
Cora up on 15, looking for 3 in a row, or 4 in a row, excuse me. She was outside the number as well. She just left a unbelievable mixer 7 for the spare. 4 of them.
Man.
Max at 223
Close
still out
as
there.
you get to making it without actually making it. Well, I would say she's thinking, I need the next 3. Valerie, that is.
Jordan Richards getting ready for her 9th frame. She can max out at 220 still. think now's a good time to head over there to take a look at that shot. Catch the end of it. She gets the hit. Sets up the ninth. 220 still out there. Vermilia with 4 in a row. Getting ready for the 9th and 10th. She can get to 248 at +7. Guys, do we have to keep an eye on Lindsay Boomershine here? She has a strike in the 9th, but if she doesn't get that first hit in the 10th, she's going to be in the 160s. She was at +82.
Mike's head just exploded when you said that.
Yeah. Brianna Cote, I was watching her. You know, she got off to a rough start, but she's still got 230 left here. I apologize. 206. I counted one too many frames there. She has 206 left on the Brianna Cote score. That's the update. That was when my head did explode, JT.
Giselle Paz is maxing out at 169 here if she strikes out in the 10th. So there's one spot we are presumably moving out of the top 32. Bercier getting ready for her 9th. Jen Higgins can still shoot 245.
High flush. Now she's got to bowl one more frame on that tricky right lane.
Go on, taking max out at 234, 10th frame left to go. Gingora, after that 7-pin, picked it up. She can max at 220. She was at +21. Caitlin Johnson, 259 still out there, 10th frame left to go. She's bowling on the same pair as Boomershine on 17 and 18.
Daria just made a beautiful shot there. I mean, that looked perfect. I know it's all kind of for nothing at this point, but it's great to see Daria back out here competing on the PWBA tour.
Vermilia just made it 5 in a row. 248 out there. So it's +55. Guys, can I switch to a different channel here? Is that okay?
Of course. Sure. You can switch wherever you like.
All right, we're going to go over to 17 through 20 real quick. Lindsay Boomershine is going to be stepping up for her first shot of the 10th, far left of your screen. So started at +82 this game. Huge strike right there, now in the 170s. Still, we've had some big scores this game.
I don't know if that's mine or not.
Oh, that's disgusting.
So after this, we'll head back to Valerie's pair.
Taylor Bailey finished with 268.
Let's go, Taylor.
Yeah, that puts her at +137, so well into the cut.
That's awesome. Congratulations, Taylor Bailey. She's super cool, too. You like to see it. You love to see it.
And she's from the same hometown as Jim Stefanich.
Full circle, folks. Lindsay gets the hit. Big double into the 180s with good count. I think she's going to be potentially all right here. Let's prepare for Valerie here coming up.
Erin McCarthy will be in soft. She can be in the 220s this game. That would put her in the 130 over range.
Higgins in the book at plus 35. Kulik finished with 246 that game, so I believe she got to the number. Ashley Galante, 221. She's in at plus 11. Or in the books, I should say. Do not think that will be enough.
You guys been talking about Caitlin Johnson?
A little bit, yes.
We've mentioned her, yep.
She's got 259 left going into the 10th frame. She's over on 17 and 18.
We do have that pair queued up.
Caitlin Johnson was in 36th position, plus 12.
So Jordan Richard just missed in the 11th. Her max score now 209. So she can get to plus 32. So Valerie with the first hit in the 10th here would stay ahead of Jordan Richard. And remember, she's really had a tough time on this lane the whole game. Oh, just drills it. Perfect shot.
Plus 32 for Richard, so Higgins already ahead of her. Missy Parkin can still get to 224 this game.
Yeah, if she does shoot 224 and Valerie were to go off the sheet, they would be tied at plus 47. So that could be your tie, Mike.
Caitlin Johnson, first strike in the 10th. She's going to be in the 240s.
All right, girl. Come on out.
And Mike, I mentioned tie, but did you know that Jim Stefanich was the 27th greatest bowler in PBA history? That was a sweet shot right there by Valerie Bercier.
Caitlin did not get the second one in the 10th, but in the 240s. With the spare, she's going to jump to plus 59. Vermilia did not get the hit, 227, so she is going to... She would get to plus 34. She'd be one pin behind Higgins with the strike here. My goodness.
Valerie Bercier got 9 on her fill balls. She's at plus 46.
Parkin's going to max out, or can max out at 212. Brianna Cote can max out at 186. That'll put her at 28 over. Gongora opened the 10th. She finishes at plus 9. So right now, I think the only scores I don't have in the books right now are Parkin and Cote way down on 5 and 6.
I can get those for you, Aaron. I'm watching that screen right now.
This is a big fill ball here for Missy. That puts her in a tie with Higgins if she strikes on the fill.
She did not. 211. 211. 9 count.
Plus 34. So we have plus 35, plus 33, plus 34, plus 32.
So with the numbers shaken out like that, the possibility of a tie has gone down dramatically.
Bercier stays in at plus 46. Cote, if she strikes out, 186, she'll drop 14. She'll be at plus 30. So we have Pass and Cote dropping out. It's going to be Johnson, Bercier, and Higgins. Plus 35.
Check it on, check it up. I'm going to take it off.
So, all right, that's what we think we know so far, bowling score-wise. But, we talked a little bit about her coming down the stretch here, earning that first PWBA Tour check. Let's bring her into the Bowl TV booth now, folks. And welcome in Taylor Bailey. Hello, Taylor.
Hi.
Congratulations. Great bowling today.
Thank you.
So what was that like coming down the stretch? You kind of had a little bit of a cushion headed into that last game. I don't know how much you were paying attention to scores or anything like that. That was our job, at least. So we were doing that. And then you had the huge final game on what's been a very tough pair today. What's this mean to you to kind of check off this first PWBA milestone?
I'm super excited. I know this pair was a bit tougher, so I came in. I was trying to just tell myself focus on what's in front of you, because obviously I knew that I was in there, and I could just see it. Like, I had dollar signs in my eyes almost, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm just pressing so hard. So I was like, there's nothing to lose now. So the last game, just hit your target, make good shots, and whatever happens, happens. So I'm excited.
As you should be. You definitely earned it. You got to bowl with Brianna throughout the course of the week. Obviously, the McHenry connection there. How much did that kind of help knowing you had one of your former Bearcat teammates to talk throughout all 12 games today?
Yeah, I said I got really lucky because last weekend I bowled with Lauren. I crossed with her the entire time, and I was with Brianna all day today. So I think that helped the nerves a lot, because Brianna and I, we know each other's games so much. So we would just talk to each other and move off of each other. So I think that helped. And also it helped the nerves because we're great friends. So I was comfortable.
Taylor, I got a question for you. Now that you're going to make this first cut here, and you're going to have an opportunity to go enjoy a meal here and get ready for tomorrow with your idol, your friend, roommate, even Shannon O'Keefe, what will be your goal going into tomorrow's 6 games to try to get into the top 12? Have you thought about that yet at all?
Kind of. As I said, I had like dollar signs in my eyes going into this last game, and I felt myself kind of drifting away. Even at the beginning of the block, I was like, I know I'm in it. I want to stay there. And so my mental toughness was not as great as the first block. So I think working on that tomorrow, just focusing on controlling what I can control is going to be key, because that's what helped me get through that last game. And whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, you said you were really nervous last week coming out on tour. This week you feel a little more relaxed at all? You still seem like you're holding on to it pretty tight there.
Yeah. So, bowling here at Sun Valley, I've bowled a few college tournaments here. So that, and also having one tour stop under my belt, like that kind of helped me settle in a little bit. Definitely it showed in the first block, but like I said, the nerves totally got to me the second block. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm going to make my first cut. Oh my gosh. And so just excited, nervous.
Now, Taylor, you got 12 games in on this pattern, and you're looking at another 6 to kick things off tomorrow. What type of adjustments do you feel you need to make to make a run at this top 12?
I think for me, so in the beginning, in the first block, in the very first game, I started to the right, and it looked really good. I shot 240, and then I came back out this next set. The first game, also tried starting to the right, and that just didn't look good to start. So I think just getting away from that and starting left quicker, I think is going to be key for me. And just remembering to keep my speed a little slower. There were times where I would just get really excited and anxious, and I just throw it really fast and just miss it right. So those things I think are going to help me the most.
35.
All right, Taylor. Well, we will let you enjoy the moment. Congratulations on making your first cut here on the PWBA Tour. First of many, we are sure. And congratulations. We're excited to see you tomorrow.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Taylor.
Good night, guys.
Good night. Okay, Aaron Smith. Got the final standings here.
Let me check. Let me see. Okay, it's all you, Mike.
So, in 32nd position, as I predicted, who missed the cut by 2 pins last week, Jen Higgins got there tonight. Jen Higgins plus 35 is your number, 202.92 average.
So the number stayed the same, even though the average now is less because we had 6 more games, but stayed at plus 35. It fluctuated a little bit. Plus 35 the number, though. Congrats, Jen.
And when you say it stayed the same from the beginning of the block.
Correct, yep.
So after 6 games, the cut was 35. After 12 games, to cash in 32nd position was the exact same number. That's pretty wild.
Pretty wild and wacky indeed. Give us a few other folks there.
So I'm going to just hover around this 32nd position, and I'm going to go down. Folks that did not make the cut, okay? Missy Parkin missed by 1 pin. That could be a fill ball. That could be just a tester shot, right? That could be a single pin miss. That could be so many different things. Count. Could be count. That's a better example.
That happened on her final shot of the block as well.
Jen Higgins coming by giving me knucks. Okay.
Excellent ball repping, Mike.
Yeah. Amanda Vermelia missed by 2 pins. Such heartache out here. I mean, just absolute heartache. Okay. Jordan Richard missed by 3 pins. 4 back of that, Brianna Cote. 7 back of that, Ashley Galante. 2 back of Ashley, Sandra Gongora. So a lot of folks missing here very closely. 35 over was the number. There are 8 players within 50 pins, Aaron, but I mean, you go from 35 over to 34 over to 33 over to 32 over. And I thought it was going to be close, and that's why I predicted a tie. We did not have a tie here tonight. Now, working our way up the ladder here. 31st, Kayla Bandy, 45 over. So there's a 10-pin cushion there. 30th, Valerie, who bowled that big last game there. I'm glad we were able to cover that. Very clutch down the stretch. Caitlin Johnson with that big game to get in. She's 29th. Lindsay Boomershine hangs on in 28th. Cassie Luthold, Nebraska alum, 27th. Tanya Rumpemper, Verity Crawley, Elise Bolton, Maria Bolanova, Brianna Klimmer, Jasmine Snell, Kara Mangiola, Josie Barnes, Taylor Bailey, Aaron McCarthy. Now we're getting to the top 16. Kayla Pashina, Taylor Boltice, Abby Ragsdale, Birgit, Dasha is 12th, Maria Jose Rodriguez 11th, Shannon O'Keefe 10th, Stephanie Johnson 9th, Shafani, they're right by each other, 9th and 10th. Diana Z in 8th, Shannon Polhowski 7th, Clara Guerrero 6th, Liz Johnson 5th. Now your top 4 right now currently, we cut 4 to the step ladder after 12 more tomorrow. Julia Bond is averaging 222.67. She is 272 over. Liz Culkin is 3rd at 274 over. 2nd, Gigi Mason. Big Friday night for Gigi Mason. Bowled the 300 earlier. She is 318 over. And at 364 over, Kelly Kulik made the show last week. And tonight, she ran him over like Cecil Scarborough predicted. She bowled phenomenal. That's all we got, Aaron.
Well, with that, let's bring Kelly into the show.
All right, there she is.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Kelly, phenomenal bowling today. You're leading after 12. Just talk about what you were seeing out there and why you were able to kind of navigate this pattern at such an impressive clip.
46 feet in length, really light volume, just on the cusp of medium volume. But I was able to keep it in front of me, similar to last week. My swing loosened up a lot from the practice session I had to getting here, and I was able to create a lot more ball speed with my foot speed as well as my swing speed. So out of the gate, I'm struggling. I'm not getting to see it clearly out of the gate. So I'm just waiting for it to come to me and being very patient, and that's when the scores just started to excel.
Kelly, you've bowled some really big games through 1.5 weeks of week 3 or week 4 and 5 here. Are you surprised with the high games that you'll be able to put out there on lower scoring pace fields?
I can't say surprised. Pair to pair, they're always so touchy from center to center, lane to lane. So you know what the good pairs are. A lot of the young ladies definitely created some friction to the right of me, so I know I've got that free hook. I was allowed to have some misses to the right. I had the right ball in my hand at all times. If I missed in front of me, it held, and it just creates a lot of strings of strikes along the way.
Talk about your confidence through an event and a half right now. Did you think that the success that you've had would come this quickly?
I have to be honest, Mike, no, I didn't. But I did put in the time and effort and energy, as well as the hard work back on the lanes at home before I came out here. My only quarrel I can say with myself is that I drilled the balls only with about a week and a half to go. So even though I know them by the numbers and strength and everything, I'm still not trying to match up fast enough at the balls. But the ball reps have been great. They've helped me, to know what ball to go to in my bag and everything. And really the only niche I'm missing is just seeing it early on. I tend to change my physical game, try to softer or faster, and I want to be aggressive out of the gate. And once I was able to throw it firm, which is not an asset of Kelly Kulik, but if you watch me tonight, you got to see there's a little bit more energy coming off my hand. And I was able just to, catch the shakers when I needed to.
You're very good friends with Cecil Scarborough.
I
think everybody knows that. Before the block, he said that you were going to run him over tonight and go 200 over.
He didn't tell me that.
Well, he told me that, and you pretty much got there. I mean, it was really impressive watching you bowl. I have one more question before I turn it back over to Aaron for maybe a question or two, and then we'll let you head out of here. But there's been a huge youth movement that everybody's been talking about on this tour. We saw Jillian Martin earlier this year, and there's a ton of collegiate standouts that are out here after a year off, and we tend to talk a lot about the youth. But you've got these tremendous Hall of Fame type players like yourself and like Liz out here. What's it like being out here competing against the youth? And do you feel like you still have to prove yourself week in and week out?
I have to admit, being one of the veterans, it's the experience is what I have over the youth and the energy that the young ladies do. But I have to say it's a refreshing smell of energy, if that's kind of quirkiness. But it's to see all these younger women, the 22, 23, 25-year-olds, really just bring, a whole new refreshing outlook to what the tour is going to be like moving forward. So I, for one, get more motivation from them. I watch them the first shot in practice at 100%, and I'm still trying to crawl up to the foul line. So it's been great to know that from junior gold to the collegiate ranks to now the ladies professional tour, the future of the sport is here, and it's just going to keep coming up as time goes by.
Kelly, I just got one question for you, and we'll let you go. How much fun have you been having out there the past 2 weeks?
I have to say, gentlemen, I wasn't sure. I can't say that I love it, but I want to be in the winner's circle. I said that last week on the show. And just the last comment, seeing these younger women, they motivate me to work hard. I practice in the off week. I get some friends out here that I get to be familiarized with and hang out with. And I'm just doing everything you're supposed to. And that's, Aaron, exactly your point. I wanted to have fun this year. I lost some of the responsibilities I carried with me. And my goal was to enjoy every stop I went to, regardless of my performance, take in every atmosphere. That's one of the reasons why I drove out here, just to have the cross-country experience and be able to come and go as I please.
All right, Kelly. Well, it's been so fun to watch you these past 2 weeks. Best of luck heading into tomorrow, and hopefully we get to talk with you a couple more times here.
Yeah, I hope to see you when I finish out number 1 so I can go celebrate afterwards.
Absolutely. All right, Kelly, have a great night, and thank you for joining us here on Bowl TV.
Thank you, gentlemen. Proud to be here. Thank you.
All right, Michael, that is going to wrap up rounds 1 and 2. We know our 32 players moving on to the next round. Once again, they'll be back on the lanes for 6 additional games, 11 a.m. Eastern time, 10 local, to determine the top 12. Another 6 games after that, starting at 3:30 p.m. Eastern. We'll determine, after 24 games, total pinfall, our top 4 for the stepladder finals. Gonna be at 7 p.m. Eastern right here on Bowl TV. We're currently above your number. We got 3 Cornhuskers in the top 4.
We do. You're
and
right.
Kelly Kulick at the top. That's already sounding like a pretty awesome show. So, folks, you are not going to want to miss out on the action. But, Mike, we can't make this happen without the help of a lot of folks. Who are we going to thank before we head out today?
Yeah, we do have a lot of people to thank. Of course, we've got the BPAA and the BPAA board. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. The USBC and the USBC board. Without Cagle and Doug Dukes, who's here this week, the official lane maintenance supplier of the PWBA Tour, this wouldn't be possible. Also, our great athletes, all the competition we get to watch. I know we joke around a lot up here in the booth, but it's all about the competition out on the lanes. Thank you, ladies, for providing all the entertainment for us. And then also, all of you at Bowl TV, the community, the Bowl TV community, you guys are the best fans in the business. We certainly do appreciate you being in here with us all the time and watching women's professional bowling. You help us make the show better. And also for everybody here on site, to Neil Milligan, our director of operations, our tournament director, Caitlin Nelson, who also helps out on site and does so much work, Cecil Scarborough out on the truck, and of course for Jason Thomas and for yourself, Aaron Smith. I'm Mike Flanagan. Remember, here on BowlTV.com, bowling lives here. We will see you tomorrow morning, everybody. You're not going to want to miss it. Good night.